Alright, folks. My name is Warlock, and welcome to the 2025 Online EMEA Megacity. I am here with Alex, aka Have a Fun. I think I unmuted your mic, so Alex, say hi to the stream.
Hey, everyone. I was playing yesterday. Yeah. I can hear. I've got the stream open. I'm unmuted. It's fine. We're here. I played yesterday in the event and missed out on the cut, as you can see on the screen at the moment. So I'm back to talk about what's happening with the top 8 players today.
Awesome. We have on our screen the players from yesterday. We haven't seen what side they decided to play yet, or the deck lists. I think players will take some time to decide which side they want to play. Take a look at their opponent's list and everything. But like, what do you think of the meta, the top cut we have here? We don't have a lot of diversity on the corp side, I want to say, but the runner side at least looks quite varied.
Yeah, for sure. At least from what I saw yesterday and just in general on JNet and in local tournaments and everything, the obs seem to be mostly skewed towards the Augustus Caesar ob that was decklist of the week last week, which is kind of a scoring out ob with Zado. It has a Boomy as an inf spend. It has a Mitra Aman and kind of just tries to push things out in the remote server, which is a bit of a rarity from the things that we've seen in the last few months, honestly. After Elevation release, there was just so many kill decks. Like there was the Trap Pravdivos deck, there's of course all the Alco decks. There was a ob deck which spent its influence on Bladderwort and Fut, but I think from what I've seen at least, that has not been as represented among the ob IDs that are actually being seen here. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe people are just interested in playing something more wholesome, maybe for a change. But I think the deck itself is actually very good. Oh, it looks like we've got access to the deck lists, and of course, Alco. There's a whole range from kill, like very extremely kill focused with like measured response. I don't know if we have any of those today. All the way to like decks like Giat's Beef or Jai's deck that's kind of similar to that, which spends a bit of influence on purple, so HB cards like Seamless Launch or Scatterfield or things like that, and kind of have a bigger emphasis on actually getting econ and scoring out fast with Hollow Man.
Makes absolute sense. On the runner side, we have a single Hoshiko, which is maybe a little bit surprising. Two Sebs, which deck is still really good. And then a couple of Sable, a single Phoenix, and one Lat and one Arisana. We missed out on the third Sable on 9th with Ziad bubbling out yesterday, and your Magdalene, which would have been the third different shaper to make it in, or at least like very different lists, I'm assuming, or from all these shaper players. I'm curious. The one that I'm most curious about is the Phoenix one. I have no idea what that looks like. I'm checking it right now. It looks like Mortimer decided to play Triple Bravado as his influence of choice. Buffer Drive, Ashen, couple of Nukas, and obviously the full playset of Banker to get the ID rolling.
Yeah, Matryoshka decks are interesting. I played against Mordovor yesterday against the Phoenix deck. And the Matryoshkas were a little rough in the format against Semaximun, but it seems like throughout the course of the event, it didn't hurt the deck too much. So it's interesting. I guess Alco decks, especially in Jai's list that we saw, people are starting to move towards bigger ice like Boto for the barrier slot rather than kind of the middle of the road 3 credits a maximum, so who knows?
Makes sense. Out of the matchups you're seeing right now, I don't know if the players already picked up what to play in round 1, but which one would you look forward to see? I know I'm expecting a lot of yeah, I'm expecting a lot of people to probably pick the runner, given that in the past we've seen in this meta runner to be slightly favored, especially when you're talking about open deck lists and stuff. So knowing exactly what your opponent is doing gives you a bit of an edge on how to deal with it. So I'm expecting the top four to pick runner mostly. Maybe someone favors their corp in a particular matchup. But I mean, regardless of the matchup, is there a table you wanna see first? Something that piques your interest?
I just had to look at the ob deck list because that's something I was talking about before, and I was actually wrong in my assessment. Cold Lava and Torpedo Tyrus are both on the Bladderwort style kill ob decks, rather than the Augustus list. Mortivore is on what looks to be the Augustus list with humanoid resources and the Boomy and the Zato and everything. But the two kill obs making it in is surprising to me because I just haven't subjectively seen that a lot. So maybe interesting to see that against. Look, I know it might be rough starting off with Ashiko, but
You want to start with table
I
one, Oshiko versus
yeah,
what's it?
I'm
Ob.
interested.
Let's go.
Yeah, Takedo against Ob.
That's all. Looks like Tyrus already made the lobby, so I'll just join in, ask if they don't mind being streamed.
Craw in the Twitch chat shouting out Bladderwort sure, but how many Storgotics? It is a good question. Neither of the lists, Cold Lava nor Torpedo Tyrus, has Storgotics. Cold Lava, though, has seemed to have gone for a bit of a 50-50 with 3 Bladderworts, 3 spins, 1 powers, 2 Mav, and a Hollow Man as the inf spend, rather than the FUT, which is what a lot of other decks were using, and which is also what Torpedo Tyrus has spent influence on. Tyrus in this matchup that we will probably see now has 3 Bladderworts, 1 FUT, 3 spin, 1 powers, and 1 Mavris. So it's very much more kill focused with a bit more of a difficulty of pivoting to actually trying to score out if the runner can manage to stay alive.
Doesn't surprise me that Augustus decided to pick this one, given that his list looks like this. He's on a single copy of the Demolisher that we've seen, I think 1 or 2 Megacities ago, as this guy keeps on getting top cuts over and over. But he's also playing 2 copies of Fencer Fueno as a particularly good tech and into the asset matchup. So probably expecting to play some kind of Oko or asset ob, and being fairly happy to see this one as on the other side of the table.
Yeah, exactly. Bringing in a lot of Shaper influence to kind of take some of that survivability, which Shapers seem to just be able to shrug off everything meat or net damage based at the moment. So interesting to see how an Anarch pivots towards that, especially given that like Anarchs for the longest time with Steelskin scarring and everything were thought to be the faction that by itself is already really great into kill matchup, but I don't know.
Yeah, just the ability to survive some amount of lethal damage with Steelskin, offset some kill combos is definitely very, very good. Even the inclusion of Strike Fund sometimes helps against like double measure response kills, where taking one gives you enough money to pay for the second one. So we'll see if Tyrus can manage to pressure Augustus' economy enough so that they can score a kill, or if the Yoshiko can just control the board and then slowly build up a twinning multi-axis and run away with it.
Yeah. Alrighty, looks like we've head into the game, although we still have 2 minutes or a minute until the match is actually set to start. Yeah, I don't know. So it seems like, at least what I'm expecting, is that Torpedo Tyrus will have to go quite quickly in setting up a like a very early position from which to flatline Augustus from. I mean, that is the advantage of this kill ob over Alco, is that you essentially have 6 copies of Bladderwort with the 3 copies of Cyber Sand Harvester, given the new rule change, being able to immediately trash themselves for a copy of Bladderwort using the ob ID ability. So it lets you set that kind of position up much faster. And I guess it'll be a race to try and get those set up before Augustus can get to set up with all of the stone ship chart rooms and everything else.
Yeah, keen on seeing this one play out for sure. I know Tyrus has been very vocal about the fact that Cyberstar Harvester has text other than pay to trash it, find a Bladderwort. So he's one of the players that I know has taken the time to learn when you have to res it, when you can res it, to just eke out those 2 or 3 additional credits when you're resing stuff, which is the level of optimization that maybe like player picking up the deck for the first time won't realize maybe off the bat. And it looks like we're off.
Here we go. Maybe, and I know this might change as the board state gets a bit out of hand later on, but could we maybe just zoom in for the time being on the board?
Makes sense, yeah. Let me zoom in a little bit more. I'm used to play at 90%, so zooming in over 100% is ludicrous to me.
Yeah.
But I guess
come on.
I guess the start of the game is a good moment to like have the cards a little bit bigger.
Okay, so Tyrus draws a card, ISIS HQ, only 1 card in the remote server, so it's not the biggest extreme thing. Accesses an unresed hostile architecture. I guess, yeah, you really don't want to go down to 0 credits as the corp here on turn 1 without getting much value out of it. But Augustus seems to have found a bit of pretty good value here. Fenza Fueno immediately here for that consistent anti-asset roll. Just getting credit after credit every turn. It's not the biggest it's not the biggest help for the econ, but no, those credits every turn can add up.
People used to call the banker plus Miss Bones the Exodia. This looks like a fairly good start to deal with this board. Also, apologies, folks. I can zoom in on my browser, but apparently I cannot zoom in on the OBS window does not change. So I don't know how to zoom in more than this. For some reason, OBS does not want to work. Doesn't want to cooperate with me. Because the two screens look very different to me. I can see the difference in zooms, but I can't zoom in further. Apologies. So Tyrus setting up more. The wall-to-wall is a really good start here. Getting a little bit of draw, a little bit of a couple of advancements on innermost ice, which are going to be expensive for the Rising Tide to break later down the line. Hopefully, being able to push something and make Augustus play. For now, the advanced ice does not matter that much, as Banker can run through it. Although Augustus decided to put Banker on HQ and then face check the ice, probably expecting some kind of simple end run.
Yeah, the only advance, or like, I know wall-to-wall doesn't have to be on advanceable ice, but the only ice that will get a benefit from these advancement counters is 1 copy of Silendra and 1 copy of Treeline. Silendra, definitely you'd much prefer to have that be a Banhar target, because 3-net is a hell of a lot better than at least for me, than the subroutines that the ice has by itself. But yeah, Treeline would be really rough if that's the server 2 ice, because that does not hold up a candle at all to Banhar.
Absolutely, sorry. I'm handling a couple of things, including lowering the volume, which apparently is a little too high. Let me know, folks, if this is a little bit better. And back to the game.
Good.
We're already pressuring the board a lot. Tyrus hasn't rezzed anything yet, which is not, I mean, unsurprising, but there's a lot of servers face down, which Makes me wonder what the plan is right now. And we see the first
Yeah,
Cyberson Harvester.
absolutely. And with the wall-to-wall being the first card trashed this turn, resing the hostile now does absolutely nothing because the first card has already been trashed on the turn. Augustus is scoping out the powers that be in the Cyber Sand in service 4 and 3, and now knows that Tyrus can't res both the hostile architecture and the Cyber Sand Harvester, which you would want to do to get that ducking the credit total for the Bladderwort.
Looks
And
like
yeah,
we're
Augustus is just able to trash the architecture without having to take any meat damage, which is great.
Yeah, it's going very swimmingly for Augustus. The board doesn't look all that impressive yet, no breakers and stuff, but getting all the tech that he needs for surviving the matchup early on, and then probably like setting up to a like more more like agenda pressure later on when he can start breaking ice. Right now, he's doing a really good job controlling the board, and we'll see if he can handle the Bladderwort on server 2 in a quick manner, or if Tyrus can defend it. Right now, Tyrus a little low on credit, so not a lot that he can res, if I'm not mistaken, especially if you think about the fact that Bankar will be taking all the subs and changing them into net damage anyway. And yeah, that's exactly what I figured. Although, once again, Augustus decides to run server 2 without using Bankar. So I wonder if he's like hard calling this to be an ice that he can walk through, like the Silendra you were talking about, and would rather lose the money than take the extra damage. Or if he's calling out Tyrus for not being able to res this one effectively.
Yeah, Okay, there we go. Maybe Augustus being very heads up about the possibility of it being an envelopment, as much as that is not a lethal threat really, because Airblades would be able to take some of that Banha net damage to prevent a flatline, but that is still quite a big piece of ice there protecting it.
Yeah, good thing, although like that protects the Bladderwort, makes some money for Tyrus and will deal some damage over the course of the next few turns. But it sucks to res such an important piece of ice probably this early on and have it slowly deteriorate as the game goes on. I'm assuming Tyrus wants one or two envelopments to like be the backbone of the ice suite that he's running, and using one early while protecting a very important piece can be annoying later on when you need that big ice to defend something more important later on.
Absolutely. I'm just having a quick look at the 4-cost ice targets that might be the targets for when that envelopment trashes itself through its own subroutine, or like if that is even something that Augustus wants to consider, as much as that never happened in the while FFG cards were still around because of border control. Now it looks like there's a single copy of Treeline and a single copy of Silendra, and I think that's all of the 4-credit Resables. So yeah, two copies of development being used purely for the ability to hold the runner out, without too much value coming from the actual trash subroutine.
There's a really good find on Augustus' side, although very expensive to trash. So I wonder if he'll just have to take the extra Bladderwort on the chin next turn, as this would be all of his credit pool and the defensive for no credit just to deal with the one Cyberstone Harvester. And yeah, this looks like a very tough call to make. Keiko will make you a little bit of a credit bounce back, so you, Augustus will end the run on a few credits, that and the Raindrops Cut Stones. But definitely a tough call to make, especially when you consider the fact that it doesn't remove the Bladderwort from the game, so Tyrus can just draw into it or draw into another Cyberstone Harvester and then find the annoying asset once again in the later turn.
Absolutely, yeah. One Bladderwort already in the bin, two Cyber Sands in the bin, and then the second Bladderwort is on the table now. Tyrus just ticked up to 3 credits, so we'll be able to get another Bladderwort net damage at the start of next turn if all continues as is. But then after that, yeah, we'll have to be able to find some things to spend money on.
With all the upgrades, all the assets here, I don't think he'll have much trouble resing anything that costs some money. Although maybe it's not something you definitely want to res. The res on the powers that be was already something that hasn't done anything other than trigger the Bladderwort, but that single point of damage can be very valuable down the line. Right now, Augustus is sitting on no breakers, and one of their echelon is in the bin. So Augustus has to be quite worried about losing the next killer he finds. That's not too hard to do, especially in Anarch when you can just install it and be safe with it with all the money he has. But it is a win condition for Tyrus to kind of reshoot the Oshiko without any recursion if the Bloodward keeps on going.
Yeah. Scrounge has not been picked up as a recursion tool of choice, it seems. So it really is just once the cards get trashed, at least for Augustus's deck, they will stay in the heap. But luckily, yeah, there's 2 of each breaker, two Botuluses as well, to help you make it through. Even 1 copy of Boomerang, so Augustus will certainly be able to get into servers no matter what, but it will start to get more and more costly as you run through a bunch of those resources.
Envelopment ticking down to 1. I wonder if Augustus will take the time to deal with it as when the envelopment drops completely, or using Banker to run through it. You definitely don't want to have the Bloodward run forever, especially because it is right now the only thing that's keeping Tyrus afloat.
Yeah, and yeah, with the Keiko that came down also pretty early alongside the Fensifueno, that's now 2 credits each turn, because you get the Fensifueno credit, and when you use that Fensifueno credit, Keiko gives you credit. So the econ certainly looks pretty stable from Augustus and pretty able to continually go in and trash the cards that are annoying.
Yeah, the only thing missing really is like enough breakers to deal with the few eyes on the remotes. Although Augustus is not rich enough to have to be able to afford to break even a Kesseroid a couple of times every turn. So it is really a fight of people who with very very little money right now trying their hardest to deny as much economy as possible.
Yes, it is. Torpedo Tower is managing again to be at 3 credits, so Bladderwort is again a risk. There we go, there's a breaker, but not engaging with that. There's a Rising Tide that comes down and a Stone Ship, so we're definitely more survivable now and have a much more dependable long-term plan, with Tide always being able to break the barriers and Stone Ship.
Yeah, Augustus also cashing in survive on the Paladin credit, so they still got the Keiko money on the off turn, even though they decide not to run. So turning off the Oshiko ID for once, and then probably using it again to run next turn, flipping it again and getting some more money. It's hard to keep Oshiko on the digital side for the whole game. But against assets, sometimes the opponent will drag you into running often and checking all the remotes. So being able to find that off turn when you don't expect your opponent to actually use the turn they got for the free turn they got for pushing something, and then getting the money back is definitely something that allows you to keep your credits going much longer.
Yeah, also, I mean, amidst all of Augustus controlling Torpedo Tyrus's board, there is that twinning, which is slowly ticking up, and as much as you don't just want to go for random HQ R&D digs when you could instead control the threats that are installed on the table, that is That is something that will amass more and more as the game goes on, and let Augustus potentially close out the game pretty quickly with very few central runs after a while.
Yeah, especially if you consider the fact that Ob later down the line usually gets what people call it a agenda piñata, where the R&D gets slowly reduced on actual assets and stuff as the ID keeps on installing from R&D, and then you are left with a lot of agendas, and the runner can usually just get very many points by just running a single time with a multi-access tool. I think here Tyrus is thinking about the Cybersun Harvester that's on server 6, whether he wants to res it and get a second Blood Award, which will not ping Augustus. Or actually, no, it will because of the extra credit on Cybersun. So an extra ping that might be annoying to deal with, but at the same time, probably maybe a little bit overextending, putting down all their economy assets on the same turn where Envelopment goes to 0 end runs. And maybe letting Augustus just run rampant, trash everything, and completely knock down the economic asset that Tyrus is building up.
Yeah, but looks like we just stick with that one Blood Award, ticking up to 4. Hitting a Pinhole Threading, one of the less likely cards to be important in the matchup, but you never know.
Yeah, Tyrus is not on any defensive upgrade, is he?
I guess you could count Angelique as a defensive upgrade. There's a single copy of Angelique, but yeah, nothing that Augustus will be thinking, oh, you have to remove that. I mean, in a way, the Angelique is relevant for Pinhole because you can target the card that you actually want to trash while avoiding the Angelique meat damage threat.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Double advance for Tyrus. Triple advance.
And trashing
okay.
the
And
Envelopment.
as
yeah, it looks like an
Aziev.
Yeah. Tyrus extremely close to landing up a kill with the one copy of FUT in R&D. Would have landed on exactly 3 damage, which would have left Augustus with 0 cards in hand, but still enough to live. Although Augustus probably could have and would have popped the Stone Ship if he felt in any kind of danger in that situation.
Yeah, the open deck list really helps you sense what kind of threats there might be, which lets the runner be a little bit more secure in knowing exactly what to play around and saving their resources for kills.
Absolutely. Also, the powers to be finally triggering and reinstalling a copy of the Sviatogor Excavator. Very expensive for Augustus to deal with, and generally really good for the op player. Lets you find more and more pieces, makes you play very aggressive, makes you opens up a lot of interesting plays, and also makes enough money so that you can keep playing. So I'm expecting Augustus to deal with either the Blood Award or the Excavator, or probably both, knowing that there's one more incoming on server 6 actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, yeah, Torpedo Tyrus going down to 1 credit means that the Cyber Sand is not going to be any threat this turn, or like at the start of the next turn. Given Tyrus can't res that, but
right.
Yeah, it gives Augustus a nice piece of security here.
Really good catch. Dropping the op player down to 1 means they don't have a lot of options right now, especially like he can't use the 7% right away. Although Tyrus has not stopped installing several cards every turn. I think I gotta commend the deck building, being able to put down 2 or more cards every turn and forcing the runner to check definitely requires some precision deck building here.
Second Stone Ship gets installed, Augustus opting to install a Fermenter rather than challenging any of these, is able to flip back the identity. So says even if Tyrus pops that Cyber Sand to get the 3rd Blood Award out of the deck and start pinging with net damage, in the long run, that strategy itself won't be able to to hold the runner down, as Augustus knows he has the breaker to get into whatever server the Bladderwort might go into. Yeah, and Tyrus doesn't go for that line, maybe recognizing that that would leave him in too much of a vulnerable position at 1 credit.
Absolutely. A silver lining for the Corp is that all the steel skins are gone. So if there ever is a situation where the stone ship gets pressured and the Corp can find a kill threat with maybe measure response or something, there is no more surprise card draw from the runner side. And you see another what looks like another push using Slash and Burn Agriculture to get more points in the score area directly from hand. Going very, very low on 0 credits even, just to push this one through.
Yeah, push this one through. Will be able to, no matter whether that's another Azef or an above the law. It seems to be an Azef because of the time spent after getting to 3 advancement counters, or it might be above the law in terms of the trash choice. That might actually be a bit of an interesting decision between twinning or one of the companions to slow down the econ a bit. But yeah, that will also result in the Corp pushing the game up to threat 4, which means that the 3 copies of measured response become a threat that Augustus will at least have to consider, as much as the 2 stone ships that are already installed ensure pretty good safety against that.
Absolutely valid. Although I want to say Tyrus currently on 0 credits is not in a position to threaten any measure response just yet. Although the third Bladderwort pops down on the board, 2 more in the in archives may be ready to get reinstalled with a powers that be later in a second turn as another Zviator Excavator hits the board.
Oh, it's a disaster. 2 meat damage from the Azef score hit Demolisher and a spare copy of Banhar in hand. Demolisher, of course, also a console just like Keiko, so they are competing for the same slot there. I don't know if Augustus would have ever felt that installing the Demolisher would have been worth it, especially at this point of the game, given that Keiko is already providing you 1 credit almost every turn, even when you don't interact with the board at all, which is more consistent, at least, than Demolisher would have given you, but still. Yeah, and we see here Augustus making that spin have to be popped to shuffle back a Slash and Burn and a Bladderwort, and then trashing the next installed copy of Bladderwort. So we're back to the situation where there's 2 Bladderworts in archives and 1 is now in R&D. Torpedo Tyrus on 0 credits, so Augustus can really just run everywhere without having to fear any sort of measured response threat. Getting that Zviator Gore is really key though, because it means that Torpedo Tyrus will really struggle to bounce back fast from being on 0 credits here.
Yeah, Augustus is doing a really good job at cleaning up all the economic assets that Tyrus puts on the board. Although Tyrus is trying his best to push more and more down. It really is a tough economic battle, and getting to 4 points early on is quite massive. I don't know if Tyrus has a way to push 3 more points from hand, although maybe just using Slash and Burn repeatedly could be a solution. But I'm curious to see what the line to find the win here, because it doesn't look like Torpedo Tyrus will be able to kill Augustus with measure response in the near future. So maybe he's more poised towards a score out with as many tools as Wayland can offer to fast advance. We don't have Audacity anymore, so the fast advance plans are definitely a little bit more contained than we had before Elevation came out. But using Slash and Burn repeatedly and fetching more and more Spin Doctors is definitely a way to get away with 7 points directly from hand.
Mm-mm. And in a few of these asset ob decks, we have seen some of them opting for the use of Hearts and Minds to be able to, uh, maybe never advance a 5/3 that was left on the board or offer a Clearinghouse threat. Neither of those cards, Clearinghouse nor Hearts and Minds, are in this deck. So if Torpedo Tyrus wants to be able to never advance a 5/3, that will have to involve 2 copies of Slash and Burn Agriculture from hand, and the normal advancement. For the 5 advancements required, there are 2 copies of SDS as the only 5/3 in the deck. But it certainly is an option, given that we know that all 3 Slash and Burns are somewhere between R&D and HQ still.
Tyrus making a very heads-up play here. The first extract of the game gets him a lot of money, which he has been desperately looking for, and he instantly finds him a virus that he'll probably use to purge the fermenter next turn, putting Augustus back down to 2 credits and a few bits here and there on the companions, but preventing him from popping the 8 credits that would have been on the fermenter next turn, which is definitely a great way of slowing down the economy on the earner side and making sure that some of these assets stick on the board and maybe delay the inevitability that the twinning that Augustus has on the board will show in the later turns. So Augustus definitely a bit of on the back foot here, as Tyrus finally has enough money to maybe threaten some kills or some measure response, and also slow down the economy on the earner side.
Trashes the virus for a Kessleroid here.
Interesting, we're seeing the Kessler on HQ.
Kessleroid on HQ, yeah. I was fully expecting that to go on the FUT. As much as it doesn't, of course, it doesn't guarantee to keep out the runner because there is a Rising Tide and a Banha, but it would at least be something taxing. I think that probably points towards a hostile architecture being one of these unchecked servers. It seems we know server 6 is the 3rd Cybersand. 2 already in archives. So maybe server 15 or server 2 is a copy of hostile architecture that is on the board that Tyrus might be counting on to kind of hold the runner off from just clearing the board with impunity.
Yeah, that would
like
make
Augustus is going to go for that check.
That would make a lot of sense here. We'll see if Tyrus is planning on defending the assets that way, or if the play is just to drag Augustus through all these servers, clearing and checking everything, and just draining their economy down, and then maybe shooting them with the measure response.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that is what's happening here. 2 anthills. I mean, we knew once the first anthill got trashed that it's very unlikely that there's an unresed hostile architecture on the board, because you would have had to res that before the first one got trashed to count on the trigger that turn. So really just making Augustus run, spend 2 credits, as much as that wasn't much because the Fencer and the Keiko credits kind of refund that. But yeah, really making Augustus spend the clicks to check it out.
Yeah, and the single extract definitely put up the measure response threat a lot, and I think the ice on HQ is kind of signaling the same thing. Tyrus is saying, I have the kill in hand, I don't want you to get in, or if you do, I want it to be very, very expensive, and you better watch out and staying on above 4 cards in hand or enough credits to pay one of the measure response, because otherwise I'm going to kill you. So definitely a bit of a threat war between the two, as 4 points in the corpse core area are enough to turn on this mini game that might end the runner's life in a moment.
Oh, also, good point by Toron in the chat. We are getting close to time to being a consideration. There's 12 minutes left in the round. And with the double ice on HQ, assuming, Tyrus is hiding measured responses and agendas in HQ, which at this point is pretty likely. It could come down to those 4 points that he was able to score out early, and now just holding Augustus off from having to play around the measured response threat into getting a win here, rather than having to get to 7 points.
Yeah, those 7 twin encounters will equate to a lot of accesses if Augustus can find the breakers in the time to check centrals. But if time gets called before the runner has enough resources to feel safe spending some credits to check centrals, then it might just come down to the corp scoring out very quickly the first few points, and then kind of delaying the game, as both players are not playing slow, but are definitely taking their time to thinking through the lines and making sure they don't miss something obvious. And
oh dear, install advance, probably another slash and burn here, unless this is just a 5-3 that Torpedo Tyrus is saying you can steal it, but then he'll take the FUT damage. No, there you go. Another slash and burn gets trashed. We get up to 6 points. Oh, above the law, likely shutting down that twinning threat for good, making it extremely difficult. Yeah, twinning is gone. Torpedo Tyrus is on 6 points, even if there's no, I mean, we know there's no way for a spin to come to save the slash and burn, because we know server 6 is a cyber sand. So trading off those 2 points just to shut down the runner's central access kind of inevitability here means that this game just got a lot harder for Augustus to close out.
Yeah, it's good for Augustus that he's trading 2 points rather than just Tyrus scoring 2. But going to steal that slash and burn would cost 2 more cards from hand if Augustus doesn't check FUT beforehand. So we see the runner having to probably trash the asset before handling the agenda, and being in a situation where Augustus cannot steal the agenda, deal with FUT, and also go and trash the Sviatok at the same time. So it looks like he's deciding to just steal the agenda, take the damage, reset the FUT a little bit, and probably deal with something else in the next turn, or set up in a way that he doesn't get measure response to death.
We'll see what the FUT hits.
Oh, never mind.
Airblades, of course.
Airblades
being a tool
tanking
to prevent the net damage.
Yeah, tanking the FUT damage, so he can use the fencer credits to deal with the FUT rather than having to use some of his actual credits. So optimizing there and using the airblades to just exchange a few counters for a little bit of money. Correct me if I'm wrong. I guess there's on 2 copies of Twinning, right? So both of them are in the heap right now, or is he playing a third one?
3 copies of Twinning in Augustus's list.
Oh, there you go. So there is a chance of actually building up a little bit more, although in very few turns remaining. I don't know if that's a reasonable thing to expect from the runner here. That would be a quite expensive play.
Yeah, for sure. There we go, there's a spin installed and resed in server 18. Yeah, now if Tyrus is able to find the 3rd copy of Azef Protocol, and another slash and burn, a scoring win to 8 points is very much possible at the moment, straight from hand.
Yeah, and the Spin Doctor installed kind of tells me that he's digging for something like that, knowing that looks like his best out right now to close out the game. It's unlikely that he gets to build a big enough remote that he can score out. Although playing the first measure response without any actual kill threat, but trying to make Augustus spend some of his resources, and looks like Augustus instantly pops the first stone ship. and I'm expecting him to pop the second one as well, as 2 cards in hand don't really do much for him right now.
Yes. Although, yeah, Tyrus certainly won't be playing another copy of Measured Response this click because he's only on 4 credits, but for sure. What did we lose to that Measured Response? Because Augustus did have the credits, as much as you don't want to really use the credits to avoid that meat damage. Botulus, Raindrops, Fence, and Gachapon. Yeah, probably not the strongest cards anyway, so Augustus willing to lose cards to save the credits there.
Instantly
Now we see
popping
third
the
twinning.
Gachapon. Put down a second copy of Twinning, spend the Fencer credits right away, trying to get as many accesses as possible, and ideally eke out at least a draw, where I think if both players are on 6 points, it would equate to a win for Augustus, coming in with the higher seed.
Absolutely. Spin Shuffles back, Measured Response, and Bladderwort. The threat is persisting.
Additional Spin
we'll
Doctor
have to
here.
See. Yeah, we'll have to see where Augustus ends, because at the moment with that Stone Ship and the credits he will get from Clean Getaway, he will still be able to survive 2 Measured Responses, as much as Torpedo Tyrus can't really threaten that without the Extract being shuffled back.
Cybersen.
So that will be a bit of a challenge.
Probably looking for the another copy of Bladderwort or Wall to Wall. Rather interesting. So Tyrus fully going in on the find the last few agendas and fast advance something. Looks like power drawing through everything he can do.
That does make me think that he's found at least one, either a Slash and Burn or the Azief, and is just looking for the other part of that fast advance combo. Okay. Any click 1 install from now on will have me hold my breath in anticipating an advance, and then Slash and Burn score out.
Makes absolute sense. Yeah, I was equally as scared for Augustus as seeing Tyrus install a card right away. And I agree with the read that Tyrus probably has one of the 2 pieces of the last fast advance combo, I want to say, in hand. So I'm expecting Augustus to maybe push out on HQ sooner or later. And this Boomerang on the innermost tells me exactly the same. Augustus using the last click to push through. Having enough cards to survive 1 Measure Response, it's unlikely that Tyrus can find the money to play a second one in the next turn. Although an Extract would give him exactly enough money to pressure Augustus out of the game with that. But digging in and ideally maybe finding that Measure Response and trashing it, as well as stealing one of the 2 agendas that Tyrus needs to win, and putting Augustus to a 6-4 deficit, but still in the running at that point.
There's an SDS. First points for Augustus on the board. Oh, yeah, takes that and a Slash and Burn. Big points. Only has to find a single 2-pointer now.
Yeah, we will not see a draw at this point. The 3-pointer definitely tells us that either Augustus wins the game by finding 2 more points, or Tyrus scores out or survives the time and wins by a 6-5 time win. Yeah.
Yeah, we are down to 4 minutes left in the round. Which, look, now that it seems the game plan for Augustus to win is pretty clear here, and for Tyrus as well. It certainly seems like the runners will be having much more streamlined turns. Yeah, being able to go through their actions much faster.
Running with Banker right away on server 23. Tyrus here has the option to res the hostile architecture and maybe defend some asset that way, res the ice and force the damage on Banker. And it looks like neither of those happens, as Augustus finds and trashes one of the Bladderworts and clicks for money, probably setting up a twinning run in the future.
Yeah, 2 minutes left. I don't know how likely it is that Augustus will be getting 2 more turns. I'm assuming that this will be Tyrus's last turn, and then Augustus will get 1 final turn to find some points.
Tyros pushing on server 23, or at least threatening to score out an agenda in that server. 2 eyes means bunker is not enough to get through, but we haven't seen all the breakers from Augustus yet. We actually haven't seen any other than, well, we have seen 2 echelons go by, so Augustus missing a decoder and having no option of a killer to get through, although I don't know if Tyros has any threatening innermost sentry at this point that could protect an agenda in server 23.
There is a single copy of Lamplighter, which is a sentry, I think. Yes.
It is something that
as well.
Yeah, it is something that Augustus can pay through though, so it doesn't force an end run if the runner is missing a killer, and it looks like Augustus taking the envelopment damage from the banker to the chin, accessing server 33. And we'll see if that's an agenda or that's a bait, and it looks like that's a bait. Ooh, that's an expensive bait.
Ooh.
Doesn't trigger the damage because both players are very low on credits, so Tyro's deciding he'd rather keep the money and use something else. And
that is time in the round as well, so Augustus will have this click and 2 more after that to try and get a win.
And he does it!
And there we go. Just in time. Ends the game 7-6. Yeah, that game really took a turn. I mean, from the start, I was a little bit pessimistic of Tyrus's chances to really get anything done because Augustus had that really solid econ engine that was controlling the board well. But then when those points got fast advanced out, it really turned it around, and now Augustus had to scramble a little bit, I think, to try and get this game under control again. Yeah.
Also really important was the above the law score that killed the first twinning, putting the all of the inevitability engine that Augustus built throughout the game and resetting it back to 0. So chances of finding those the pressure agenda points in R&D on a multi-axis went very, very low, and Tigers had a really good chance at actually scoring out, fast advancing out the last few points if he could just sneak the agendas in centrals. Let's take a look at the results. On round 1, we see a perfect runner and corpse split. Augustus on Oshiko and Zomzarf on Sebastiao won their games, and I think Ruben Peters won the his corpo against Cold Lava, and the Oko from Toron won beat Mortivore as well. So perfect split right now.
This is a double elimination top cut, so even the players that did lose last round will have another final chance to win in this second round to keep their chances of continuing on alive. Looks like another 3 minutes until those games get underway. What do we have here? Pairings. Torpedo Tyrus got rolled into playing his corp again against a Sable. There's Mortivore's Ob, which we know is the scoring Ob, against Cold Lava's Lut, which, let me look at that Lut list. It is a Madani Lut. Interesting. Yeah, Knick-Knack Madani Lut. What else do we have? Augustus's Alco and Ruben's Alco against 2 Sebastiaos on tables 7 and 8. I don't really know. I picked last round, so I think it's on to you to see what you want.
Alrighty. I'd like to see one of the lower tables. Make sure we get as many different players in. And since we've seen Tyrus on Ob up until the very last minute, I think I'd like to see if we can sneak into table 6 and watch Mortimer play against Cold Lava and see this Madani Lat play versus the scoring Ob.
Let's see.
Table is not up yet, but when it is, if you could jump in and ask for an okay from the players, that'd be grand.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, we're good to stream table six.
Alrighty, and here we have it then. Uh, Lat, ethical freelancer on Cold Lava side versus Ob from Mortivore. Ob, super heavy logistics. And looks like players are still deciding on keeps and mulls. And I don't know if the timer has started already, but I'm expecting it to be still waiting.
Only just finished. Axel running a tight ship here as TO. 40 minutes has right now kicked off. So we are into playtime for this round. What do we have? Yeah, on Mortivores, for those not familiar, the influence spend are 2 humanoid resources, 3 spin doctors, 1 Boomy 1.0, which is a new sentry that got released. Is it a sentry or a code gate? I think I keep mixing up
It is a sentry.
what type it is. It is a sentry, yes.
Yeah.
It's an HB Bioroid ice that deals a core damage and trashes a program as subroutines, but of course Bioroid, you can click through it. There's 1 copy of Hafrun, 1 copy of Mitra Aman, and 1 Hollow Man. Other notable cards are 2 Zato City Grid, which, although these scoring objects did lose border control to kind of guarantee being able to fire off end the runs, to kind of push through some points. Zato City Grid, with the high amount of ice in this deck that has the subroutines and the run, will similarly be able to guarantee that the corp will be able to score at least some points if they have to in a pinch by trashing their ice to make that happen.
Yeah, on the other side, we have a deck I'm quite unfamiliar with. I have no idea how the Medani Lap plays out in this meta, or especially against this Ob. I haven't looked at the list, but can you tell me if Cold Lava is on a lot of breakers? Like, can we expect Cold Lava to be able to lose a few breakers to maybe a Boomy Zato combo that would blow up something? Or is the rig much more compact than I would expect?
It's pretty compact. There's 1 copy of Echelon, 1 copy of Unity for the Decoder and Killer. But then when we get to the Fractor, there's 2 Principia, 1 Propeller, and 1 Rising Tide. So taking advantage of being able to trash and like use some of those Fractors early, and then being able to have a increased strength Rising Tide for the late game. There is also 1 Physarum Entangler, but those are the only breaker solutions, real breaker solutions for getting past ice, which much more than the last Ob that we saw in the last game. This deck will force you to actually get those breakers out. There is, interestingly, a copy of Hush as well, which I have not seen in many Shaper decks so far in this meta. And that will, if installed on a Stavka before it gets rezzed, will be able to prevent the pretty punishing res Stavka trash a 3-coster, find Hafrun, and blank the killer to guarantee that Stavka will be able to trash 2 programs on that run.
Tough call to make to pre-install a Hush on a Stavka, yeah. especially with the fact that the strength on Stavka does not get a reset after a Hush installed. So even just the 7 strength Stavka will remain very annoying for the runner after the encounter. So that would be a really great play on Cold Lava side to call out something like that. We will see if that ends up happening. Right now, Propeller gets installed through an SMC, and Cold Lava looks to push on this anthill using the overclock credits to trash everything and end the run on still 10 credits and enough money to keep on playing. I find it really interesting on Mortiver's side that he decided to put 2 Ice in R&D rather than build a remote. So playing a very defensive style, making sure that Cold Lava does not get any cheeky central access early on, and making sure he's prepared for the switch on centrals if necessary, and then later on pushing and building this remote where he might put down more economic asset or start pushing agendas.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be because I don't understand why. But Cold Lava is certainly a better deck builder than me, being in the top cut. But Cold Lava not having any copies of what at least I've seen is the power card in the format on the runner side, at least so far. No copies of Deep Dive in Cold Lava's LUT. Instead, the kind of multi-access win condition is one copy of Conduit. So it might be that Mortivore is super respecting Cold Lava's ability to just put down a Conduit and get a lot of central accesses pretty rapidly. And yeah, might have just decided to make sure that R&D is iced pretty well before any of that happens.
That makes absolute sense. People calling it the Shaper U for a reason, protecting the remote, making
Yeah.
sure you can jam agendas as soon as you draw them, and just defending R&D and making it really hard to get in. Right now, Human Resources fetching the Mitraman, the one interesting find that Gus has used to and publish in this deck list. We're getting a little bit more credit out of what looks like already a similar to Rashida card. Gets just enough value that the deck can power through and start pushing all those points. It is. Would you call it a rush deck or would you call it more of a glacier? It is a interesting mid range. This one.
Yeah, it is. It's hard. I think I would still call it a rush deck, given that a lot of the ice in the deck is fairly small. Like in terms of it not being all too taxing, there's two tides, one tree line, one sandstone, three Maskarovka, a Kessleroid, two fly swatter, two envelopment, and Afshar. So like it's a little bit of a mid range, but there's no like key ice that is really expensive to break just by itself, really, that you might expect to see in more of a glacier deck, like Logjam or Pharos or bigger pieces of ice like that. So I think I'd still call it a rush deck, yeah.
Makes sense to me. I'm interested in the Senston inclusion as well. We've seen Senston kind of fall out of favor and instead people bringing in Maskirovka as the new de facto like small Wayland barrier as the as Cleaver got banned at the start of the elevation meta. The three strength ice, three strength barriers rather got much better, and Maskirovka is definitely something that gained a lot of popularity. But Morty was still sticking with the Sandstone as the as an option. I don't know if he's also running Maskirovka, but definitely as a taxing ice that works much better against the propeller than Maskirovka would. Oh, and here we have it.
Yeah, exactly. And like you were saying, I mean the split between Maskarovka and Sandstone is three Maskarovkas, one Sandstone. So definitely more favored towards Maskarovka.
All right, I see.
Getting that 2 credits back on the face check. But I guess Sandstone's still pretty decent in a pinch. To just have that one-off 5 strength barrier that might be a struggle.
Cool.
But here we go. Click 1 Madani installed. Click 2 hosting 3 programs on Madani. Getting some more programs that we can trash to Knickknack to get that econ and card draw engine really humming. The longer this goes on, the better the Knickknack and Lat will be able to perform and find the tools and everything, which is, I think, the key difference between this sort of Madani Knickknack engine and the Magdalenes that are using Lilypad is that those decks seem to be able to challenge much more early on and be able to play much faster in the middle of the game, while this deck really only picks up throughout the later parts of the game as this engine starts to come online.
Yeah, Koldava here will be able to install several programs without clicking. Madani, very powerful, but takes some time, as you were saying, to really get going. Although Koldava found enough pieces to probably to maybe challenge some of these ice on the remote, and ideally get in. Triple upgrades is definitely a scary one. Tucana does not do anything defensively right away, but Mitraman and what looks like something additional to that might be a Zato, might be a Holoman, could make challenging all this ice quite tough. Mortimer on 5 credits, but effectively on 8 thanks to the Mitraman, so anything can happen here. And looks like Cold Lava maybe misstepping a little bit, asking for a take back or rethinking his actions here as nothing else happened yet.
Asking to undo, probably, yeah, telework was not the intended target to be trashed. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That propeller on 1 counter was not really going to be doing too much.
Yeah, Mortimer pondering his options. Between the Mitraman and the additional face down upgrade and all the ice, there are many options that the Corp could use to stop the runner, and Mortimer trying to figure out the most expensive or the most effective one, depending on if he thinks the runner cannot get in, like if he thinks the setup is enough to stop the runner, or if he just wants to make the run as expensive as possible and make Cold Lava pay for this access. All the upgrades are not that expensive to trash. Like Mitra is 3 credits, which is not bad, but the Tucana is just a single credit. So I'm expecting the server to be completely emptied out if Cold Lava manages to get in.
Yeah, the only Mitra target that's face up at the moment is a Sandstone, but yeah, not the worst thing to see. Here we go, and there's a Cold Lava using the Simul chip to get past that Maskarovka for pretty cheaply, given that the propeller was trashed with the knickknack and there was already a Principia in the bin, so that Rising Tide has a strength of 3, which makes that a very cheap break.
Massive Rising Tide getting through all these barriers. The Maskarovka much better at taxing out Kurapira or like small strength. Rising Tide definitely has a harder time when Rising Tides get this big. Cold Lava currently doesn't have access to a killer, although between the Simul chip and I'm sure some of the Shaper tricks that are hiding in the stack, there's a very good chance that he'll be able to break almost any ice that Mortimer can res. And we see the Mitraman swapping an ice for what looks like a Sandstone.
Yeah, and yeah, see, this is where Sandstone not the most persistent thing to keep the runner out, but at least a 5 strength barrier, even for this Rising Tide that's at base strength of 3, will cost something.
Outpacing the Maskirovka by taxing 3 credits out of the runner, and then keeping up still onto various tokens, and then slowly petering out. And we see a Stavka getting rezzed, maybe finding the Hafren by thrashing one of the 3 casters, although the Hafren Stavka combo here will not be able to blank any killer, as Cold Lava smartly didn't install one yet.
Yes, it will not. And from what I'm seeing, it looks like it's likely that Cold Lava will simply try and get a Physarum to get past this Stavka, rather than having to find an Echelon and pay all the install costs to get past that.
That would make sense. Let's see if Cold Lava finds a Muse as well to just get a little bit more food for Knickknack, but it looks like no, he's just going for the Physarum and getting the bypass with just a few credits. He probably won't have enough money to contest the Regolith right after, or he has to keep a lot of credits and not trash much in the server to be able to challenge the Regolith. Accessing the Tucana and trashing it, or actually putting it on a compilation right away and stealing an Aziev.
Yeah, the coupulating Tucana does seem to suggest that we won't. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Cordova deciding to leave the Zato grid in the remote, saying I'm not particularly scared, although that one could end up on a really scary board later on, and deciding that challenging the regulate is more important as the Mortimer is down on a single credit and cannot do a lot without finding more economy in the next turn. So
Yeah, yeah.
interesting play. Both players going very very low on credits and once again kind of resetting the pace of the game, slowing down both on two agenda points apiece.
Yeah, both very low. Cold Lava does seem to have the bigger threat here, threatening HQ with that copulation and having Knick-Knack on the table ready to trash absolutely anything. It will cost at least 1 credit though to install the Principia with 2 breakers and a DZ/MZ discount for Cold Lava, so can't quite do that on Mortivor's turn. But now can make that happen as a very good target for Knick-Knack to get some quick credits.
I also find it very interesting that Kollava decided to use copulation on Tucana, considering that it costs the same amount of credits to trash the upgrade right away. He decided to load up the copulation and probably use it on HQ later down the line, trying to find the points that Mortimer is hiding in HQ. Although maybe using it a little bit aggressively and not keeping the copulation for a more expensive to trash card like the Zato that he later found in setting next to the Tucana.
Yeah, that is a very clever line that the Twitch chat is pointing out that Cold Lava must have been thinking about, because I was also unsure why you wouldn't pay the 1 credit to trash the Tucana and then save 2 credits by coupulating the Regolith, but it's to prevent the Tucana from firing when you steal the Azef protocol, which would have installed an ice to protect the Regolith very likely, which means that you can't challenge that on click 4 and trash it.
And that's why these players are in top cut and we're commenting.
Yes, quite right, quite right. A very nice line.
Yeah, I totally missed that too.
Would have been lured by the credit saving and gone, yes. Incredible stuff.
Absolutely.
Principia's out now, so we can get that Knick-Knack 4 credit boost. Madani gets loaded up again, Coalescence installed for free, so the econ for Cold Lava's bounced back really fast. Mortimer, of course, also getting up quickly with the hedge fund last turn.
Cold Lava using a lot of clicks to draw, kind of sitting back on the Knick-Knack engine by the looks of it, although he had to find enough programs to install Madani to make the click worth the time. Also very important, the Hush on Madani, being able to install it at instant speed practically. Shutting down something mid-run is definitely a play that's very important to look out for. Kolava, very good Shaper player, played a lot of Arisana in the previous meta, so definitely has a really good eye for instant Trojan installs that could change the shape of a server and maybe letting him in situations where it could be tough. Do you have any idea if Hush works on, like, dispels or at least blanks the Zato effect on an ice, or is the ability on the upgrade itself?
That is a very good question. I know that Zato is an on-encounter effect. Yeah, each piece of ice protecting the server gains when the runner encounters this ice. So it is an ability that will be on the ice.
All right, so that Hush...
Let me just double check on NRDB, but I'm very sure that would mean that Hush would stop the Zato from being able to trash the ice.
So that Hush, very, very important at stopping the Zato grid from triggering. While you check, we have Kolava running the remote using another clock, and Mortimer instantly resing the Zato, so we'll see if this game of chicken between the Corp and Runner using Hush to stop something from triggering right away will happen soon or not. Physarum still sitting on the Stavka, very, very important because it will bypass the ice without having the Zato trigger, so Kolava is not at risk of losing any program from that right away. But we see a Boomy getting res, trashing the Physarum right away, and threatening maybe a program trash as the Zato triggers here. Let's see if Cold Lava decides to respond and install the Hush on Boomy, shutting down the Zato, but then risking it later down the line as he might encounter the Stavka.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to do. All three Simul chips are in the heap now. Two of them installed, and I think the third one got hit by ASF protocol meat damage early on. There is a copy of Harmony AR Therapy in the deck. No, it's also in the heap.
Yeah.
Must have also been hit by meat damage, or Cold Lava just discarded it. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, so those Simul chips will not be coming back. So programs that get trashed from now on will stay there, except for the copies of 3 Muses, which are emergency tools that you can use to get back. As much as you really don't want to use a Muse to install like a Rising Tide or a Unity, because then you can't use the actual Muse program itself as a knick-knack target to get econ and cards back. So that would be a pretty emergency based play. So you really don't want to let your programs get trashed if you can avoid it.
Yeah, right now the threat very much face up as Mortivore threatens to use the Zato to trash one of the programs. Looks like Cold Lava is saying to play around it by installing the Muse from the Madani and using it to recur the Physarum, getting through the Boomy, ideally maybe challenging the Maskurovka, but then still has to contest with the fact that Zato plus Stavka might trash something. And yeah, it decides instead to check out and reconsider the how to challenge the remote in a different time, or maybe swapping to R&D using the fact that Mortimer was very, very low on credits and kind of put down a conduit and go for that dig that we were talking about early game.
Yeah. Bypasses Boomy, jacks out, installs the third DZ. Mortivore just recovering the credit total a bit more.
Has to do it in a situation so difficult. And looks like Cold Lava drawing up with the ritual, only 3 cards, rookie numbers. I've seen 13. But yeah, drawing up and probably looking for something to put on the Madani or some kind of central pressure now that the remote is very, very hard to deal with all the Simul chip being gone and some of the muses being already committed to recurring some of the programs.
Yeah, I think if Cold Lava is able to find the conduit and put it down and get at least like 1 or 2 counters on it, that would really put Mortivore in a tough position in terms of where to spend the credits on the R&D ice, whether to just or just hope that it holds out and save those credits for scoring out through server 2. It's hard.
The compilation paying off.
The books gets home.
Instantly finding 2 points, putting Mortivore on the back foot in terms of point right away. Mortivore sitting pretty on a very, very hard to break server too, but definitely has some leaky or at least not terribly taxing, not very well protected central. So it'll be a challenge for him to find the agendas and put them in server 2 before Cold Lava can snipe them off in HQ or R&D. But if he can, he has a very good highway to slowly score out, assuming the credits are enough and hold on until the late game.
Yeah, Cold Lava is just able to now, with the Physarum on the Boomy and the Muse being able to go on the Stavka to blank both of those being Zato targets. Or not, yeah, the Physarum just bypasses it before Zato does anything. But that would prevent a unconditional Trash 1 installed program, which I think will be key to making this run much more safer for Cold Lava to get in without having to risk. Where are we on time? 17 minutes left, so plenty of time for Mortivore maybe to turn the game around. It does seem to me like Cold Lava's in quite a commanding position. Oh, but here we go. That actually shifted things quite a bit.
Mortimer, one
That was
additional trick
Zato.
up his sleeve.
Zato ending the run, and yeah, finding a fly swatter to immediately purge that Physarum off the Boomy. So there are now two cards again that can trash themselves to trash an installed program with the Zato.
Very worth noting that the remote right now doesn't mean that Cold Lava cannot get in at all, but it means that it will definitely cost him one or more breakers to get in. So it is a tough position. Cold Lava in a situation where he might get locked out if he challenges the remote and at a wrong time. And ooh, this could be quite important. Mortimer does not have access to the op trigger, so we are safe from any Stavka Hafron shenanigans that might deal deathly blows to the runner's grip, not grip, but rig right now. But Mortimer is still deciding to trash something to get the additional strength, making sure that Cold Lava has to pay a lot of credits to get through this. It looks like, if I'm doing the math right, that's
an 8 credit
credits.
break.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. 8 credit break. Just the 7 strength Stavka is hard to crack with Echelon. Chesva does help you at least there with the discount on central runs, but still a lot of money to pour in. As much as between the two players, Cold Lava is the one more able to afford to do that. There's still a Coalescence that is knick-knackable next turn. There's a Teloac contract with 6 credits left on it. Eventually, even the DZ, MZs can get trashed by knick-knack if the econ situation gets dire. Mortivore goes down to 3. Oh, and Cold Lava finds another 2 points off the top of R&D. So more and more is able to contemplate doing that, like you said, that Hail Mary run on server 2, losing the programs, getting in and just getting that last agenda, if that is what Cold Lava assumes that the board looks like.
Yeah, really tough situation for Mortimer here, as the his threatening remote went very, very down on actual threat. Any visible push from the corp would probably get challenged instantly by the runner that's sitting on 4 credits. That's not a lot, but you don't need a lot of money to actually fight through this remote and get in once. The damage will be very lasting, so if Cold Lava is wrong on the call, if the agenda is not advanced and it might be an asset, or if anything else happens to whatever is in server 2 before the runner can get to that, might be terrible. So Cold Lava has to think very, very hard on whether he wants to challenge server 2 or not. But the Zato threat definitely looks a little less scary right now.
And there is the final agenda. There's an SDS that was in archives, must have just been discarded as a card that wasn't very helpful, and might have just made the call that
I think it was the overinstall on server 2. I think Mortimer going for an overinstall on server 2, trying to make the runner think that that's a spin doctor that might be able to shuffle back the SDS, but looks like the debate didn't pay off. Cold Lava instantly running our archives, having something to trash from knick-knack anyway, and hoping to force the spin doctor, but that wasn't actually a spin doctor that could save the game. So well played on both players. Unfortunately, Mortimer goes out. That's his second life in the top cut, and Cold Lava moves on to play whoever drops from the upper bracket, or maybe, I think whoever drops from the upper bracket, if I have my math correctly. How much time is left in the round, Alex?
There is 11 minutes left in the round.
All right. Is there any more games going? Do you want to jump in on Ruben Peters versus Torin?
Ruben Peters versus Torin is still happening. Let me see what that looks like. I'm in. Let me ask them.
Perfect.
Um, maybe best not to, it looks like. Yeah, 10 minutes left. There's already quite a bit of time pressure. I think we might just leave it there for this round and have a
Alrighty.
10-minute break perhaps.
No worries. We let the player finish the tough game they're playing. Makes sense that in a very complicated situation with time on getting close, they might not want extra eyes on the games. In that case, folks, I'll leave you with a bit of music, and we'll get back to you when the next round starts. Alrighty, folks, we're back for round 3. It's always me and my good friend Alex. Let's take a look at the standings after round 2. We have Torpedo Tigers winning against Experimental Data Core. So that Experimental Data Core unfortunately getting knocked out in the second round of the cut. We've seen Cold Lava take the win against Mortivore, and we have Caesar keeps on going through his winners run, beating Zomzarf, and Ruby Peters doing the same, winning with the Ayuko against Toron.
Yeah, so that puts Augustus and Ruben undefeated. They're playing against each other this round, in round 3 now. And Toron, Torpedo Tyrus, and Cold Lava Zomzarf each on a win and a loss. So they're each fighting for their spot in the top 4.
Axel's letting me know that there apparently is a 10-minute break going on right now, so I jumped the gun a little bit on getting us back on air, but it's fine. Let's talk about the table that we see right now.
Yes.
Figure out what we want to see, and if we find out which table we want to look at, maybe look at the lists, so I have a better idea of what we're jumping at, and I have to ask you over and over what's happening. What tables do you want to see first?
What do we have? Let me look. Toron is on... Toron's Alco looks to be an Alco similar to Dia's Alco from a month, or maybe just over a month ago, which is using Oppo Research, end of the line, see how they run an orbital superiorities to land a tag and flatline the runner pretty early. Compared to Augustus Caesar's Alco, which is on 2 humanoid resources, 3 scatter fields, and a hollow man, only 2 spin doctors as the inf spend, but a very different direction in terms of really only trying to score out, which really shows the big range that you can get between Alco decks, where you have to be extremely careful of even one agenda scored out of Toron's list compared to Augustus's, which has much smaller agendas and is more interested in actually scoring out rather than really trying to focus on getting a flatline.
Yeah,
so
Oko,
those are the 2 corps.
Oko being really that popular also comes in with several builds, so it's very tough for the random meta to kind of adapt to all the curveball that the new Gen Techie can throw at you. Interesting to see all the players kind of migrating towards different solutions and keep on brewing on an idea that honestly, when it came out, people said, "Oh yeah, this will always use these 15 to 18 cards." And now we're seeing very different builds playing much different card spread right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest kind of not controversial card, but the biggest card, which kind of, for me at least, has been the one that is an interesting tell for what type of deck it's going to be, is Bladderwort, and the decision to include either 3 copies of Bladderwort or 3 copies of Hedge Fund as an econ choice. The Hedge Fund being more of an, unconditional credits, you're really just scoring or using some expensive card, like maybe a measured response or something like that. But that's a very kind of scoring card versus Bladderwort, which is going that more overwhelm the runner with choices, ping them with net damage every turn, and be more flatline focused.
Absolutely. Honestly,
So this round is Cold Lava. Cold Lava also 3 Bladderworts, like I shouted out before, Tumor Virus, a Hollow Man, but has that thing that I called out earlier, 2 copies of Hearts and Mind and 2 copies of Clearinghouse. So the Bladderworts and the 3 Azef protocols, 3 measured responses, very much still has that kill threat in the list, but the 1 copy of Hollow Man, the copies of Hearts and Minds, make it significantly easier to just have a load of unraised cards, and then at the start of your turn, you suddenly score a 5/3, a Basalt Spire off the table, and it lets you really get up in points as well if the runner is equipped to maybe survive the meat damage more than be able to pressure all of the remote servers.
Yeah, interesting take on Cold Lava for this one. There is no hostile architecture, which we've seen last game is a very good way for the corp to duck under the 5 credit threshold that Bloodroar asks you, but also is very expensive and sometimes can be quite a challenge to res. We've seen Tyrus kind of struggle, especially late game, with one copy on the board that could not get res several turns in a row. So Augustus could just run rampant and trash whatever he found because the threat of the 2 damage was not live just yet.
Yes. What about Zomzraft's Seb? Is standing in opposition to this kind of kill scoring ob from Cold Lava. Zomzraft is on a Seb deck with 3 Transfer of Wealth, a Buffer Drive, and an Ashen Epilogue as the inf spends. The 3 Transfer of Wealths, I think, are the only cards I've really seen as inf spend out of Seb decks. The only alternative maybe is I've seen people drop perhaps the 3rd transfer for a copy or 2 of Copulation to challenge the hostile architecture type decks, because they were both out of Alco and out of some of the kill obs early in the meta. But Zomzraft here opting for the just straight Transfer of Wealth, which is an incredible card out of Seb, more than even out of the criminal decks, because it does give you that tag and lets you do some absolutely punishing runs on HQ if the corp leaves HQ a little undefended. Letting you install cards like Manuel and maybe immediately getting a multi-access, or just getting any sort of other value resource using the Seb ID ability off the tag that you get from Transfer of Wealth. It's a very good combo, and it's interesting to see an Anarch deck especially spend so much influence on such a small amount of cards.
Yeah, it just does everything for Sab though. Like it is the economic pressure of stealing some money, getting more money, getting a tag down, which usually gets cleared by either the Valentina coming down, the friend of a friend, or the single copy of Hannah Will's Pelintra. So it's rather not a taxing. It's not as taxing as for other runners, that's for sure. And also turns on all the powerful things that Seb wants to do, like the amanuensis draw or the extra access on Manuel. So as you said, it is quite expensive. For 4 influence is a lot to pay on a single card, but it just does everything that Seb could ask for and more.
Also, just the 45 card Seb deck, which I remember last meta especially, but also at the start of this one, there were a few Seb decks that were really pushing the cards in the deck number, because Amanuensis is just such a great draw engine when paired with Solidarity Badge, being able to clear the tag at the start of your turn clicklessly, immediately drawing 2 cards, and having that be a consistent source of draw. But it seems that this transfer to Ashen Epilogue in the deck has meant that you can still take advantage of that draw engine even late by just reshuffling back all of the cards that you went through earlier in the game.
Yeah, try not to dilute the transfer of wealth. You're paying so much influence, you'd rather want to find it as often as possible. I know people used to play Hot Pursuit in the previous meta, as it was the HQ run event of choice that could tag you and give you a lot of money. But that one looked less important than landing a transfer right now, and so runners have chosen to go down to minimum card size to find that transfer as often as possible, and ideally with Ashen, just make one more. Yeah.
The timing around has already started. We fully got caught napping.
We chatted for too long. Which game do you want to see?
We chatted for too long. Let me check. Let me see what's going on.
I'd love to jump in either in
Yep,
table
okay,
9
we're
or table
okay to
10.
stream. I figured because we just talked through the
Mm-hmm.
matchup, we're good to go on table 10 between Cold Lava's Ob and Zomsraft's Sebastial.
Perfect. And we're
Um,
we're already on our way. Looks like turn 2 on both players. There's a Arosian crew in the bin already, and a friend of a friend. Amino Ice is going down, making sure that the runner can draw a lot of cards. And meanwhile, on the other side of the board, Cold Lava building up several remotes, trying to putting down some economic pressure and maybe using the assets that he installed to generate the win condition that he wants to achieve.
yes, and we saw actually Cold Lava on turn 2 trash the installed copy of Aracera's crew using the basic action while Zomsraft was still tagged. Which is certainly not a line that you see a lot, but Cold Lava there deciding to say it's worth trading off that one extra card as well as the 2 credits to remove such a key card, given that Zomsraft really only has the 3 Araceris crew, 2 copies of Botulus, and 2 Audreys to get past any of the ice that Cold Lava presents to keep Zomsraft out.
The Lago Paranoia Shelter, very good in the matchup, especially when you're expecting the Corp Rider to install at least one card in the remotes every turn. But the first hit, instantly trashing the buffer drive from the top of the deck, is quite rough from Zomsarft. That is the one card that allows you for any recursion in the deck list, and so we have to be very parsimonious with the Lago Paranoia trigger right now. The runner definitely wants to take him as often as possible, find drawing as many cards as possible, getting through the deck really quickly. But if that hits the Ashen Epilogue at any point, that's it. That's the whole recursion gone, and that's how many cards the runner will be able to play. So it is a scary position to lose one of your 2 pieces of recursion right away, and Zomstar will have to play with this sort of Damocles on his head all the game, knowing that if something goes wrong, he has to play a lot more careful at that point.
As much as probably more than any other runner deck except for the Shapers that have access to Simul Chip. These Seb decks are able to play, and of course happy to play, 3 copies of Privileged Access, which even after Ashen Epilogue gets trashed and you can't recur your whole deck anymore, will let you bring back resources or programs from the heap. But yeah, very right. If you lose the Ashen, that means you're only playing 3 transfer of wealths rather than 6, which is a pretty big loss for the Seb in terms of the possible value that they could get out.
Yeah.
But I think I just think that you can't really be bothered with playing that 50-50 game of like, oh, will I trash the Ashen or won't I trash the Ashen? I think you just kind of have to trust your deck. You either Ashen doesn't get trashed and you draw it and all's good, or it does get trashed and then you just have to kind of deal with the resources that you have then and there and make a win happen like that.
And looks like
that's still fine.
Yeah, it looks like Zomsarft agrees with your interpretation of the board set, as the Lago Paranoia Shelter went off last turn, and we took the trigger right away. Cold Lava taking the time to trash the wheels. That's a really good card in the matchup. Makes it so Zomsarft can check and challenge 1 remote every turn without spending a click. So it definitely an important trash. Zomsarft, I think, is running just the 1 copy of wheels. So it's something that either with the Ashen or with one of the Praxis you talked about could get back on the board, but it's definitely slowing down Zomsarft options. And if Cold Lava keeps on trashing all these key resources between the Banker, the Crews, and the Hannah we've seen, it's going to cost a lot of cards from HQ, but might put Zomsarft in a situation where he's not able to challenge a lot of the ice that Cold Lava is putting down.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Lago trigger trashes a transfer of wealth from the top of the stack. That is an unfortunately expensive influence spend to lose out on. But there is right now a piece of ice in front of HQ, as much as Banhar would be able to let you get past that. But I think also transfer might just not be as big of a card in this asset spam matchup, where where the corp could just opt to res all of their own assets when the runner plays a transfer of wealth, and the runner is stuck with only getting a tag, and not being able to make use of the credit drain effect.
Yeah, especially worth noting that the tag you gain from Transfer of Wealth is not an option once you run with Transfer of Wealth. If the run is successful, even if the corp has no money to give you, you will take the tag, and like that still triggers Sebastião. You're still kind of happy if you have something to install, but it's definitely an additional expense that the runner has to go through. And if there's nothing to be gained out of that HQ run, I definitely agree that the transfer doesn't look as important in the matchup as maybe in other situations.
Mm-mm. Yeah, here we go. Twitch chat, Craw correctly joining my point of view, saying that fear is the mind killer. You just have to take those Largo triggers no matter what. You got to keep going. You can't let a few unfortunate hits stop you. We see a raindrops get trashed from the Largo that turn, so not a bad one really.
Oh my god, I saw the Valentina getting trashed from the Lago, and I feared for my for our runner, but it's not a different neutral card, definitely not the action we are scared of trashing.
Oh my god, I got so confused. I saw Largo trigger twice and I thought it was in the same turn, but Cold Lava just had so many effects before start of turn. Resing a whole bunch of cards on the end of the runner turn. That really threw me there. My god.
Yeah, the op shenanigans here going wild.
Yeah. Yeah, huge board now. Yeah, trashing that wheels early was really key for Cold Lava. Taking a click each turn off Zomsraft effectively and being able to check all of these face down cards. Which means that Hearts and Minds and Hollow Man and whatever can really have a much bigger potential to surprise, score some points here.
Yeah. Also, I really like the play from Cold Lava's side to aggressively thrashing resources. It puts the runner in a situation where they have to consider every resource they install very carefully, whether they care that their resource stays on the board or not. I've seen player play against Sebastião where they never think of thrashing something, and that just lets the runner like proliferate with the board, install a lot of things, and put down all the resources, even if they're one-offs. But if the corp is poised in a way that forces the runner to think about every single install, that can slow or at least put a lot of more mental tax on the runner, and that can be the deciding factor in a very close game.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, what key stuff have we seen? Zomsraft here now at the start of his turn has survived. There's one crew going, one crew already in the heap.
8 cards in hand between all the Lago triggers and the Bladderwood hitting a steel skin. So
yeah, exactly.
A lot of options here. Unfortunately, the runner being tagged means that we don't have an easy Sebastião install at any point unless we shake the tag, which would trigger the Amanuense, which I think is still an optional trigger, so you don't have to draw the 2 cards. Although, always unpleasant to leave value on the board.
Yeah, and shaking that tag would actually mean that you have the choice from Amanuensis to draw another 2 cards. Which is probably not what you want at the moment. There we go. Scouts out of Bladderwort in server 12 though. Doesn't have the credits to trash it though. So Zomsraft really starting to hit an economic wall. 2 friend of a friends already in the heap. All 3 raindrops is gone as well. The list is not on any copies of Fermenter. I think. Yeah, not on any copies of Fermenter. So econ sources for the runner for Seb here are 3 raindrops, 3 strike funds, 3 transfers, and those friend of friends. Valentina as well, but that one copy got trashed That one copy got trashed by Largo. So this might become a bit of a problem in just getting the raw credits to contest the board.
Yeah, getting the credits out is going to be rough. And on the other side, Kolava raising 2 more copies of Bloodwords, threatening just 1 damage, but definitely a barrage of credits coming in the way for the Corp. There's a silver lining for the runner here is that Audrey is a very good breaker when it comes to dealing with asset spam decks.
Trashes 2 copies of Transfer of Wealths. Absolutely unloading with those Bladderworts. Yeah, and Cold Lava really willing and able to stay here at this low economic point as long as both players are on low credits. Cold Lava is absolutely getting out in front, continually dealing net damage and just making sure that all of Zomsraft's econ is getting whittled away. That might be a problem, especially now. Yeah, all 3 Transfer of Wealth's gone. If the Ashen Epilogue gets trashed now, either from Largo or from Bladderwort net damage, that would be a serious concern. It's hard to actually play the Ashen because we're on 1 credit, but the runner might just run out of sources of credits.
Yeah, and even keeping the Ashen in hand right now is quite tough. The damage is probably coming in. We know Server 8 is a clearinghouse, so that cannot be rezzed to duck under the 5 credit threshold that Bloodwood gives you. But if Server 5 is something that can be rezzed, Zomzarf is in a really dire situation. He has to survive the Bloodwood damage and probably challenge whatever is in server 13, which looks like some kind of push. It might be an additional upgrade on the Hollow Man, prepping for a fast advance next turn, or it might already be the agenda, thinking that with just 1 credit, Zomzarf cannot afford to challenge this ice here. And we'll see if Kolava decides to res what looks like a Matryoshka, or a Maskirovka rather.
Maskirovka getting rezzed. The Gourmand will be able to let you save on credits for something. Strike Fund gets trashed. There we go. A little bit of credits getting passed for free. Getting a first agenda. Hollow Man is allowed to stay. Makes sense. Cold Lava's only on 1 credit.
Yeah, instantly challenging one of the Bloodwords.
Yeah, maybe going for the last click as well to trash another one. Yeah, okay. Down to only 1 Bladderwort remaining, but that one will be allowed to fire.
Zomzarf doing a really good job at dealing with the assets that are actually threatening with Cold Lava on such a low credit count, I was about to say, but the Bloodward hit hitting the Ashen Epilogue. We're down to 16 cards, and that's all the cards we have to play with this game. There is no more recursion. There are going to be some privileged access that will get some cards from the heap back on the board. But if Audrey is the only breaker outside of maybe a Botulus, it could be tough to get into servers later in the late game. So quite a dire situation. Zomzarf have to be really, really precise, I think, here with how he uses the remaining resources he has.
Yes. Given that maybe there's a chance that we see Cold Lava potentially even just icing up archives before any of the Praxises are able to land, but I'm looking now and there is not that much ice actually in the list at all, because this is very much a overwhelm the runner with remote servers rather than try and keep those remote servers safe behind ice, so might just not be finding spare ice to be able to spend on putting in front of archives to kind of frustrate privileged access efforts. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Question on our runner list here. Is Zomzarf playing any Leech or botulus? Like, is there any additional way to deal with ice using
Yeah,
glue?
two botuluses, no leeches. There is one copy of Devil Charm, but it's in the heap at the moment. Two botuluses in the list. Both of them are in the heap. Here we go. We see a privileged access come down turn click 4. We get a Araceris crew from hand using the ID ability. And now we are still on threat 2, so we will not be able to install a program from the heap, which would have been a Gourmand, I think is the only one that's installable, yeah. But we will not be able to get a program, so we will just get a resource for 2 less. There you go, and Wheels comes out.
Zoms are opting for the value play here.
Will be interesting to see if Cold Lava deems it worth again. Yeah. Interesting to see if Cold Lava will go for trashing that Wheels for the second time, potentially ducking Bladderwort for another turn. We'll have to see.
Yeah, very interesting choice here from Cold Lava. Definitely has a few options. Although the credit total does not look as healthy as it did a couple of turns ago. So maybe the credits on trashing resources could be enough of a deterrent that he might not do it. Interesting to see Zomzart using the Praxis not to get back any programs. We're not on threat enough to get that effect as well. The Groupman would have been a lot of value, but the runner probably opting on the fact that there's a risk that Bladderwort just pings it out of the hand, and Zomzart in a situation where he cannot afford to lose such power cards. So taking the slightly lower value of a Praxis that doesn't get a program back, but reinstalling key resources to maybe get away with the game this way.
Yeah, and this recognition of the importance of Praxis, I think, is what motivates declining to use Largo now, once we've already gotten through most of the stack. Like each additional copy of Praxis, especially once we get to threat 3, if that's what happens, will be a huge boost for the runner in terms of either getting Botulus or Gourmand back to be more threatening at this later stage in the game.
So I'm sort of popping the wheels just to draw more cards and get more clicks, shaking off the tag that he had rather. We'll see if he can use most of these cards to install and get some value on the board. But the card in server 13 is definitely threatening. If Cold Lava gets to sneak away a Aziaf and deal 2 more damage, the grind is definitely a real situation. It looks like Zomzarf using that Audrey is going to challenge the server, trying to get in.
Yeah, 2 credits also key because now the Araceris crews can actually trash a piece of ice. A single piece of ice.
Yeah, very necessary when you're challenging.
Reduce the strength.
Very necessary when challenging stuff like Fly's Water that can completely purge out a Audrey. Stopping the run on dead on its track.
Well, we see a Lamplighter and then the Mazkarovka, each taking an Audrey counter.
We see a use of a spin, getting 2 Bladderworts back.
So likely being a second spin, no?
Could have been a second spin because they're all out of the game right now. I was expecting maybe a Cyber Sand Harvester to get the Bladderwood in. But it looks like Cold Lava very heads up play, knowing that the Lamplighter will get trashed as soon as Zomzarf steal the agenda. So loading the deck back in with the Bladderwood to keep on grinding the runner with these nat damage, knowing that the runner is on 9 cards between the grip and the stack, and that is as much as they can afford taking damage.
Yeah. And now threat 4 again. This turns on Praxis, but it also turns on measured response. Cold Lava only on 1 credit, but every single run that Zomzraft makes from now on will have to be at least considering the fact that he might get hit with a measured response the following turn.
Yeah, tough situation to play. Although runner is on 4 points and Corp hasn't scored anything, so score out does not look as appealing as real right now. And Zomzarf might just be able to hold on with these few cards in hand and in the stack and find the 3 points necessary to win the game. Very, very close game at this point.
Absolutely. Even closer for the fact that Hearts and Minds is only 1 credit to res and there's 2 advancement counters already on the HQ ice. So we can just get 2 counters at the start of any turn for the price of 1 credit, which could allow a bit of a bounce back, but still hard to see without a Sviatogor also being resed or something to help out the econ situation.
Zomzarf in the tank and then decided to challenge HQ. I think after nothing to be done with it. Some good information, but probably nothing that a runner will terribly play around in the future. It's unlikely that Cold Lava will install more ice on HQ unless the hand becomes really, really important to keep safe. Like if Cold Lava finds a lot of measure responses to play.
There's a Sviatogor. And there's a Hearts and Mind. Somebody tell me how I do it. There we go. There's a Hearts and Minds immediately getting 2 counters, likely onto the clearinghouse, which would be able to immediately deal 2 meat damage right now at the start of the turn. Sviatogor also getting the Corp up 3 credits, which would get them to 4 credits before their first click. They can click for a credit and then play a measured response, which would land a kill here. Looks like we're drawing. Click for a credit.
And that's
measured response. There it is.
What a line for Cold Lava, figuring out that he needed the extra 2 damage from the clearinghouse to get the runner below 4 cards, and then having exactly enough clicks to draw, gain the credit to play the measure response, and punishing the runner for challenging early on. Cold Lava moves on. Well played on both players. Zomzart unfortunately is eliminated at 5th and 6th. And we have just one more game with Torum playing Tyrus, and I've been told it's okay to jump in. Top Cut players know that their games might be streamed, so let's see how the last game of the round is going.
That game is over.
Oh, never mind. It is a
Tyrus,
win by Tyrus.
ended.
Yeah, getting all the way to 9 points. Well, folks, that does it for round 3. We have a food break that ends in very good question. Looks like we don't have a timer yet, so I'll let you know as soon as I know. But I leave you once again to some music and the lovely animated GIFs that we have, and we'll get back to you right when the next round will start.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Alright, folks, welcome back. Round 4 is almost here with us. We see players already making lobbies. I'm here with Everfun again. And let's check into the standings really quickly. See how round 3 has handed. We see Augustus are winning the top cut game on the upper bracket. And we have Cold Lava and Torpedo Tyrus still surviving in the lower bracket and facing off right now in round 4.
Yeah, exactly. So this game that we're going to watch now, called Lava vs Torpedo Tyrus, is the only match that is happening this round. This is the loser of which will end up 4th. The winner will play against Ruben Peters for the fight to come 3rd, and the winner of that will play against Augustus in the final, and they will have to beat Augustus twice if they want to come first and take down this whole megacity. So we're definitely getting to the pointy end of this event. We see Cold Lava on the ob that we watched last round. So slightly kill, slightly scoring out. Cold Lava ended up winning that game using the combination of Hearts and Minds, Clearinghouse to land 2 damage. There was also a Bladderwort that dealt 1 extra damage, and then a Measured Response finished it off. So that's how Cold Lava got through there. We have not seen Torpedo Tyrus's Arasana yet, though. What are we looking at here? 3 deep dives. What other interesting cards there? 2 Picture Sal. The console is Lilypad. No copies of Spree for those who thought that it might sound similar to Arizan's World's Winning deck list from last year. But other than that, it does sound like a pretty regular Arasana. There's a Physarum Entangler, Azamat, Coalescences. There is no Knickknack engines, so that's not what we're doing here. There's 2 Coalescences. There are 2 copies of Spec Work to get rid of those programs once they've come in and they've done their stuff. There are 2 copies of Illumination, which is something to watch out for. I've not seen Illumination get resolved too much in person, actually, so that's an exciting thing to watch for. So we're into it. Cold Lava starts.
Interesting
2
play.
cards
Yeah,
in
setting
remote
up
service and a credit.
setting up one like the Flyswatter on the R&D right away. I wonder if is there a
popping the
conduit
dive.
in the Arizona list here, or
There is no conduit.
Oh.
No conduit at all. Maybe just there's the 2 copies of Illumination which I shouted out, which is likely what that was for. You really don't want an Illumination super like turn 1 for the runner, I think, which is probably what it was.
good old judge calling right away on start of turn
Judge call
2.
right away. That's the
Yeah.
second Mavirus in as many Corp turns.
I think Cold Lava here is attempting to fire the Cybersand Harvester in the paid ability window right after their turn starts, but before the start of turn triggers actually occur. So there is a very small window, only basically useful to Ob and a few other edge cases, where Cold Lava could fire off the Cybersand, find probably a Bladderwort or something that he's interested in firing right away, and then using it to get the trigger, get the damage in the case of the Bladderwort, get the money, or whatever he ends up installing in time for them to actually happen.
Yeah, manual might just have to be... Oh, actually struggle because you probably have to draw the card from R&D into the grip, maybe like send screenshots, whatever. Axel will be able to sort it out. In the meantime, yeah, look, the runner got down. Azamat starting to get going with environmental testing as well. The single Azamat is really the extent of the asset tech. There is also 1 copy of Airblades in this RE to watch for. because that will be able to deal with. Oh no, I forgot. Cold Lava's is the one without. Torpedo Tyrus's ob is the one that has the FUT. There's no FUT in Cold Lava's.
Much more of a honest gameplay on the on Cold Lava's side.
Yeah, exactly. But I just mean that the air blades being able to prevent net damage during a run will not be able to do anything except like random tithe subroutines that fire. Even on encounter, there isn't really anything for the ice to do on encounter either. So Airblade's not as much of a tech card as it is in other matchups.
Yeah. Also, if people are listening here, Jai has a very good idea to fix it manually, which is putting something from hand on R&D. So you draw that on mandatory, and then you fix it by drawing later on. Wall to wall is looks like the call for Cold Lava. Makes absolute sense. Getting you the money, getting you the credit. Also, it's 3 or 4 to trash. I think it's 3, but I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. So
trash cost of wall to wall?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 3. It's 3.
All right. So it will put a dent into Torpedo Tyrus's small economy right now, even through the Azimat, which is all that important when at the start of the game when both players are trying to put down develop their engine and actually make a dent on the board.
There we go. People are cooking with how to manual past ob triggers. We've found a solution. While we're waiting for that to resolve, Koga challenging my channel points. I'm on 55.7 thousand. He is on 56.34.
That's all great numbers, folks. I'm on 67.6k, so get on my level, I want to say.
I would expect nothing less from, what did it say, 13 months sub?
Something like that, yeah.
Of course.
And we're back on running. We have wall-to-wall triggering, a single advancement going on Flywater, not something we care about, but the draw and the credits are very massive for Cold Lava here. Deciding to get the wall-to-wall instead of the Blooderword, trying to find more threats to put on the board, probably trying to overload the Azimat so it doesn't, so that Tyrus has to spend actual credit to trash multiple threats at a time instead of putting down the Blooderword and grinding the runner down, dealing some amount of damage, and getting maybe an advantage in that situation. So, an interesting choice that will definitely have an impact on where the game goes in the future.
Yeah, very heads up, not to just go for random net damage, but rather really make an investment for being able to set up more threatening positions by loading up on a number of threats and then putting them on the board at the same time. It's good. Right. At least we know that the card that we have to deal with that is stopping us from getting an illumination to go is just a fly swatter. Our decoder of choice in this list is one copy of Euler. I always mix up Euler and Gauss. Or Gauss is the fractor, I'm very sure.
You're correct. Gauss is the fractor,
Yes.
Euler is the decoder.
Euler's the decoder. So that's an extremely cheap break on the turn that we get the Euler down. So that's our solution. One copy of Euler in the deck. No other decoders, but we have that Physarum if need be.
Interested in seeing if Tyrus needs that illumination. If it's like if firing one illumination is like the key of making the deck sing, or if it's just extra value that you might get in like close decklist part of the tournament, or whenever you find an opponent that cannot afford to ice R&D. It's definitely a really big boost in tempo when you have an environmental testing and everything between Arisana and all the things and Shaper can install. That illumination can help pop a environmental testing really, really quickly. So that's definitely something that Tyrus might be looking forward to. But it's an interesting inclusion for sure, and I want to see how it pans out for Tyrus here.
Yeah, I mean, even good value in open deck lists, kind of pressuring Cold Lava to spend a Mav pop on turn 1 to get a 2-cost ice in front of R&D, really for no other reason other than having to kind of prevent the potential value play of a click 1 illumination. So still quite a bit of pressure, even if it's not as essential to setting up early. As much as right now we're pretty low on credits, but once we get 2 more programs, we'll be cooking again. There's a Hearts and Minds, which is where that Fly Swatter or Server 4 counter could have been used for. With. Gets rid of that one for sure. Leaves the Clearinghouse in Server 6. I guess it's not doing anything yet, and probably won't do much for a while. I just can't really see Cold Lava taking the clicks and credits to manually advance that this early on. So
yeah, makes absolute
it's
sense.
probably fine to leave it. Yeah.
A lot of these obelisks that rely on Hearts and Minds for some tricks usually have to advance cards through the wall-to-wall ability as a way to actually set up the double advancement on start of turn. Wall-to-wall sitting on the board and then getting trashed right now with the with the extract to get a Spin Doctor makes absolute sense. Cold Lava calling out the fact that he got enough value from the install between the Mavirus and the Cyberson Harvester, digging down through the op chain all the way to the wall-to-wall, and now using the remote that the wall-to-wall helped kind of build and secure to push something in it. Do we know how many advanceable ice is Cold Lava running right now?
Cold Lava, I think it was just 3 copies of Arquette, and that's it. So no CI Lendro, no Tree Lines, 3 copies of Arquette. So once, assuming the card on server 4 is an Arquette, just 1 more advancement and it will start handing out those counters for free. As long as the runner wants to get through, because it has that extra text of preventing the runner from breaking more than 1 subroutine. So the runner has a copy of Hush in their deck list if that is something they find essential to stop.
Yeah, good luck.
Here we see another Lamplighter, so there's a chance that we're going for that thing that happened, I think it was last game as well, where Cold Love was playing, where it's totally fine to have an agenda in a Lamplighter server just to get that ob trigger going, even on the runner turn.
Yeah, especially with all the value that 1-cost assets are in this list, being able to trash that Lamplighter and find a Bladderwood, a wall-to-wall, or whatever is necessary at the time is very, very massive. Also, really like the Tyrus play of installing Propeller and knowing that Arisana with Muse can install a Physarum, and that usually would get you through any piece of ice you think you're about to encounter between all the 3 types. So covering all their bases there with a single install, knowing an Arisana can just help you in that situation.
Yeah. So we're expecting to see this be an Arquette. Yep, there it is.
Unfortunately, only on 2 advancements, so not threatening as much against Propeller. Cold Lava definitely would love to get that to 3 and start taxing Propeller counters over and over and over.
There it is, the above the law. Look at us. We read these plays like, I don't know, like a great engaging book. Lamplighter trashes itself, will find a 1-coster. Poor Physarum also is hit as a result of that.
Dealing
looks like
with
we're finding a tithe. Yeah.
Dealing with the Physarum as well is really interesting. Shaper usually has enough tools to get it back, Arisana in particular. And Cold Lava deciding to put down a tithe on R&D making that server even harder to challenge, or at least to fire off the illumination we talked about earlier.
It is interesting to me going for what we knew was a clearinghouse in server 6 after that. Of course, Tyrus had not used the Azamat credits, so just wanting to
Optimizing
get that
for
value while you can. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because even though the clearinghouse didn't look that threatening for the next turn, you may as well just cash in your Azamat credit value and just prevent that from even being a consideration in the future that you have to be aware of.
Yeah, 100%. There's an argument to be made about not challenging it ever. If the clearinghouse will never do something, then it's more value to just keep the click and keep the additional credit and just use it for any other thing. But I think Tiger's making the sensible play here, challenging everything, making sure you thresh something every turn, get all the value from Azimuth that you can, and then this will simplify your game plan down the line when the runner is when the corporate is on less and less options to play around.
Yeah, absolutely. Finds a Sviatogor. That is a big one. Potentially. Cold Lava having already gone through the single copy of Extract in the list. Which Extract play always a big one, but now potentially if we can't get Bladderworts online or Sviatogors to get that consistent econ, might result in Cold Lava being in a bit of a position like last game where the econ did get a little bit tight, and it looked a little 50-50 in terms of managing to even be able to threaten off measured responses or not. So pretty heads up of Tyrus here to just absolutely ruin all of that econ.
Yeah, Cold Lava probably agreeing with your assessment of the board and shuffling back the single copy of Extract to make sure that if in the future the deck needs a more aggressive burst economy options, that's still somewhere in the deck available to him. You clearly cannot tutor for it with Ob, but just finding it at a single point usually will give you a lot of options and a lot of money to play around, so that can open up many doors in the future.
Yeah. Torpedo Tyrus going for the second copy of environmental testing now. Gets the console as well, which will be a great help, both in finding more programs and having the MU to install them. Pretty slim on cards in hand though. I mean, there's no immediate threat that would jump out like a Reaper function or anything too proactive like that, and just rezzing a Bladderwort wouldn't deal a net damage, but still it's a little bit of a concern finding the programs that you need to make it into servers while still having cards in hand to not just flatline on measured responses by stealing a 2-pointer or something and then ending up at threat 4.
Massive play on Cold Lava's side instead of Red figuring out a way to get this Vietagor on the board and sticking it, making enough money to res more stuff, and now pushing in the remote, putting down more ice, and ideally forking Tyrus in a situation where he cannot check everything, so he has to pick and choose which to run in the side, which part of the board is important, and which one he can wait a turn maybe and then challenge later.
Yeah, Torpedo Tyrus just drawing up a bit. The potential econ is there, but yeah, it just has to find some programs that are a bit on the cheaper side to let you continue contesting these servers without losing too many credits. I have to see, keeps drawing. It's a bit of a...
Happy to draw up, find programs and hardware. There's enough stuff to pop the environmental testing. I think Tyrus is playing in that part of the game where the environmental testing will get you in a really nice situation economically enough to like play the game, challenge a bunch of stuff, and get your ball rolling a little bit, but you have to go through the last 2 installs, which is kind of a tough situation. And I don't think Tyrus is playing any Coalescences, or am I wrong on this?
2 copies
Okay.
of Coalescence.
So there is something of a free install, or at least a cheaper install. Meanwhile, Kolava looks like is using that Cyber Adversary to push an agenda in server 4, trashing a card with Ziatagor to get more money, and then scoring an off the book without any sort of dividends.
Yeah, I thought for sure we were about to see a Basalt Spy come in here, which would have been pretty big, I think, in terms of being able to threat double measured responses off just 1 copy of the card. But still, advancing the scoreboard, potentially pushing another 3-2, maybe an Azef or something in server 4. Really Cold Lava starting to put the pressure on Tyrus to be able to make it into server 4.
Absolutely. I think Cold Lava it's either bluffing a envelopment or has an envelopment on server 4, and that's a massive piece of ice that right now Tyrus would have to expend a lot of resources to get through. Currently doesn't have enough credits to, but even with enough money, you would have to reset the propeller midway through the run to get through the Akhet once again. So Kolava calling out the fact that Tyrus is in a situation where he cannot afford to make this expensive play or risking giving up too much tempo down the line. So he's pushing, or at least threatening to push back-to-back agendas in that server 4 while Tyrus finds a way out of this bit of a rut that he built himself in with 2 credits, trying to get the environmental testing out of the way.
Yep. Tyrus, rather than figure out whether server 4 is worth attacking at some point, or like baiting the ice res, just decides to go for the hearts and minds to stop a potential 5-3 from getting scored out of server 4 next turn. Could still be a 3-2 the Cold Lava's pushing, which would be pretty good for the corpse position, but yeah, Torpedo Tyrus just opting to remove that threat rather than try and go agenda fishing and risk getting an unfortunate ice resed on server 4.
Yeah, very heads up play on his end. The Sviatagor will be able to put something more on the board. You could trash the Fly's Water, you could trash the Akhet to find something. So Kolava is not putting down, letting go of the pressure, definitely. And the Sviatagor keeps on chugging out money, and between the Spin Doctor and everything, he basically has access to whatever he needs. But the Azimite is keeping Tyrus in the game, at least, challenging one of the threats that Cold Lava puts on the board every turn.
Absolutely. Cold Lava resing Bladderwort here, in the knowledge that it will not deal a net damage, essentially acting as a better pad campaign at the moment, but at least this way that threat is online and active. And we see a Hollow Man come in.
If you can't score your 5-3, if you can't score your 5-3 with Hearts and Minds, just find a way to put the Hollow on the board, and this will score an agenda. This turn out to be an Azef. The trash for the score is the ice in front of the Sviatagor, so Tyrus could challenge it right now, but I mean in the next turn. But I think the damage has been done. Like, the Sviatagor has been outputting all of these necessary and very useful pieces between the Hollow Man, the additional Spin Doctor and stuff. So even trashing it now, I think Cold Lava is probably very happy about how the Sviatagor turned out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is all on click 1, so Cold Lava definitely has the potential to maybe put a card in the server with Hollow Man, or install cards in new remote servers, and then make Torpedo Tyrus risk choosing between whether challenging the Sviatagor or making sure that the rest of the cards on the board aren't a threat, and potentially stopping a win that way. Loses the 3rd environmental testing and spec work to the meat damage. Torpedo Tyrus will have an easy time of triggering the environmental testing on the board right now because of Simul Chip. So potentially Copulation, picking up one of the pieces, getting trashed on HQ, and then you don't even have to trash one of your existing programs using the Simul Chip on that turn. which looks to be an easy way of getting that econ. Oh, I didn't even realize, of course, we have the
We have more clicks and
kill threat. Cold
Yeah.
Lava was waiting
Waiting.
for Torpedo Tyrus to potentially choose to use the Simul chip to pop that environmental testing, but Torpedo Tyrus has not gone for that and does not have enough econ to stop that measured response.
Yeah, Tyrus definitely missed
completely missed
the line.
that as well.
Yeah, exactly. We both missed it too. Very, very tough to spot. Very difficult position. Even if you end up using the environmental testing to save yourself, you end up without basically any credits, nowhere to play from there on. And sure, both players have very low credit total, but between the Bladderwort and the Sviatokor, Cold Lava is surely going to chug out again and push more agendas in the future. But he closes out the game right away with that measure response, hitting threat 4, removing 2 cards from hand, and at the same time like opening all the doors for the kill line there.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible line there. That is big. And now that means that we have our top 3 confirmed. We know that Augustus Caesar, Ruben Peters, and Cold Lava, thanks to the result of this game, will be making it into the top 3. And the next round will be Ruben Peters versus Cold Lava to determine which of those 2 players gets into the final to challenge Augustus Caesar for the Megacity champion.
Augustus Caesar already taking the title of Online Megacity Champion, I think with the with the American one a couple of weeks ago. So definitely something that the other 2 players will be aiming to at least prevent a double win from Augustus here. We'll see if that ends up happening, or if Augustus has enough in the tank to keep going and get one more trophy for him.
Oh my god, Christ on a bike. Aesop's Tables really wants Cold Lava to play that ob, because for next round, Cold Lava has, for the 3rd round in a row, been made to play ob against Ruben Peters' Sable. At this point, we know absolutely everything there is to know about the ob, I'm sure, in our 3rd game. Ruben's Sable, though, what is going on there? I'm not much of a Crim player myself, so I'm sure to miss some of the obvious things. There is 1 copy of Airblades in the Sable, which is certainly something new for me, at least. So it seems like this Airblades is really, we've seen it now in a whole bunch of decks. Augustus's Hosh deck has it. We saw it in all of the Shapers, I think. Maybe not in the Lat, but definitely in that Ari from last game. Airblades, yeah, very good against the Zato ob decks to prevent that on approach trigger, which could trash ice to end the run, and also just generally good against Alco decks in denying net damage triggers.
I think also
which
notable
obviously triggers the ID.
Also notable on Ruben's build is that he decided to go with Echelon and Revolver as his killer suite, rather than rely on the Carmen. That's usually the more in-faction solution for some of these reg criminal builds. So decided to move on away from the Carmen, playing Echelon to deal better with 3 strength sentries. And paying a little bit of influence, but just the 1 for a pretty good value, knowing that Revolver deals with large sentries fairly well a few times in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, these 2 players played round 1. I think Cold Lava decided to pick the Lat versus Oko matchup in round 1 of the cut. That ended up being still a win for Ruben in the end. So maybe the different matchup favors Cold Lava a little bit more, or maybe Cold Lava just really didn't like this one and ends up having to play it anyway in round 5 of the cut. We'll see. We'll see what happens in a few, but very, very interesting to see the other side of a matchup. Usually something that doesn't happen in a top cut unless the players go basically all the way here.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a small.
Oh right, we're being
very
corrected by Twitch chat, spreading misinfo. Ruben was the one that won the Americas. Augustus ended up second in that one. So there is a chance that we have a repeat of that. Depending on how this game between Cold Lava and Ruben goes. If Ruben were to win this, both of those players again fighting in the finals for the prize of a Megacity champion.
Apologies, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, you're right. They did face off against each other in the final, but I think in that situation, Augustus came in from the loser side, won the first game, but then Ruben with I think a very, very interesting line ended up taking the win in the end. So yeah, apologies to chat and to Ruben, obviously, for misreporting that one. As I was saying, we have a bit of a very small break, a few minutes more, so I don't think we're gonna cut to a break screen. But the players will be making a game and starting the game very, very soon. Cold Lava asked for a few minutes break to just take a breather, drink some water, wake up definitely, because he's playing on the east side of the state, so he started playing today very early in the morning, and it's quite challenging to play this early, but he's making it look effortless, honestly.
Otherwise, what do we have? Oh yeah, I guess I should go for the rest. Ruben's Sable is not on deep dive, which seems to have been a big question for Sable decks. Do you go deep dive? Do you go twinning? Ruben's WinCon, or like multi-access, is one copy of Twinning, which is powered by the 2 copies of Chesva, a copy of Mystic Mamie, and Open Market is also a card that has hosted credits, which could be used to trigger twinning. Console is Hermes, which is also interesting. I think the Crims have been choosing between Hermes or Penny Shaver, depending on how important it was for them to be able to have access to that consistent econ in asset spam matches, which was certainly big at the start of the meta. And I guess are still big now, although we have seen in recent weeks that Alco decks are including more and more ice. So kind of stepping a bit away from the just pure assets that are uniced.
Alex, not to warn you, not to make you scared, but the game has started. I just jumped in. I also jumped in slightly late. Yeah, players will not wait for us in any way. They're eager to get this game out of the way. Looks like Cold Lava installing something in server 1 and then protecting HQ from a transfer of wealth, as well as putting an ice on the remote. Both players kept their hands, so we can expect some fireworks to begin really, really shortly after Ruben picks up the mark on R&D and instantly runs it with a clean getaway.
God, I've missed having Sable on stream. I love picking up marks. Someone keeping track of the stats. Mark on R&D. We get R&D immediately. Clean getaway. Lines up in the best possible way. We get an access. Nothing comes from that access except the information that Ruben will have now on what that card is. Potentially a piece of ice that Ruben will feel safer about face checking in future turns. Right. Other than that, there's no copies of Stone Ship in the Sable, which I have seen being exported into other runner factions, like outside of Crim, outside of Shaper, more than usual, but not in this deck. So no direct kill tech. There are 2 copies of No Free Lunch, which won't be relevant or as relevant in this matchup, but are a part of the Sable that are geared towards not flatlining. But yeah, just unfortunate that this Corp deck isn't on any sort of end of the line tag based kill plan.
Yeah, there isn't even a window to pop it in between the two subroutines from Lamplighter, which would have been an impressive play, impressive way to get through the ice. Although I guess if you just use enough damage to gain 3 credits, you can pay for the subroutine anyway. So, and maybe unnecessary of a dream of mine. But yeah, Not Revenge is probably better against the Nebula kill matchup or in some situation. Some in-faction way to solve a bit of kill threats here and there. So Ruben decided not to spend influence on additional kill protection and just playing the one that saves you in one matchup that you don't have play to influence for, and deciding that he'll navigate the kill matchup by hand, figure out how to survive in that way.
Yeah. And I mean, we just saw it as well on turn 1. That was an absolute ripper of a turn 1 that Ruben had, with landing the Mark Kling getaway on R&D, getting a Class Act and a Nuka, getting that Class Act discounted through the open market. So an absolute roaring start there. And yeah, Class Act in future as well, once it hits threat 4, can also be a fairly effective counter to measured response if Ruben suspects that is what Cold Lava might be aiming for.
Yeah, the marks keeps on coming as Info Bounty hits the board, and Ruben gets to send a Carpe Diem on Archives, gaining all the credits, and spends a bunch of them on this run on server 1, challenging the wall-to-wall, knocking down the economy from Cold Lava, and having to pay the Lamplighter tax in between too. I'm interested in seeing the Airblades hit the field all as quickly as it did. What do you think Ruben is protecting from? Is it just the Tithe, or is there more in Cold Lava's list that I missed that has some on counter
just
effect?
Before, when we were going through the inf spend, I discounted Airblades quite a bit. Let me have a double check. I am not sure what we're protecting it for. An unencountered effect, no. Tithe net damage, maybe Mavris net damage in a pinch if Cold Lava makes Ruben access that. None of the ice really has on encounter text. There's Afshar, Arquette, Fly Swatter, Lamplighter, Maskarovka, and Tithe.
So my read in this situation is that Ruben might have a breaker in hand, and putting down the Airblade just saves him in case of the random Tithe hitting the breaker. So I think Ruben deciding not to pay for the breaker, but just installing the Airblades and making sure nothing gets removed from the grip too soon for his taste. I don't think it'll be a massive of massive use in the rest of the game, but it's a nice mid-ground play when you have to play around a few annoying eyes here and there.
That is a good call. Also good call, like you said right at the start of this broadcast. Cold Lava aware of the additional text on Cybersand beyond just being able to trash it whenever, and will be able to get 2 extra credits when it is trashed.
They say it couldn't be done, folks, but apparently Cybersand has other text other than trash do nothing.
It went credit neutral, which is pretty big. Usually, really, the value is going negative, so you can trigger the Bladderwort. But Cold Lava was already on such a low credit total that even just getting up to 3 still lets you get plenty of Bladderwort triggers while still being able to threaten to actually res stuff.
Finally, a mark hitting something that Ruben cannot contest without being definitely certain of what's behind, although there's nothing very threatening in Cold Lava's list that might push Ruben away from HQ, so there's a chance. Yeah, there you go. We see a run on HQ, and we'll see if Cold Lava decides to actually spend money on that ice to keep Ruben out. And Maskarovka is exactly what you want in this situation. The crit bounce back is amazing, and preventing the additional click and 2 credits from being gained from Sable and the Info Bounty are just putting Cold Lava in a much better position, or at least denying Ruben the incremental value that all this mark tech does.
Yeah, that's very big. Finally a piece of ice that really makes Ruben wanna get that Kurapira out on the board sooner rather than later. Finds a Hearts and Minds on the table, which is another good pickup. Because again, with that one advancement counter on the Maskarovka, you really cannot let that Hearts and Minds sneak through, because that could just let you score out a Basalt Spire straight off the table, relatively inexpensively.
Yeah. Now Ruben is in a situation where he has to decide how to further improve his board right now. Rickers needs to hit the board. There's a Bladderwort that you might want to contest, and that's exactly what's happening.
Oh, this will be an expensive one
Yeah.
though. 6 credits to get rid of that Bladderwort. The Bladderwort is going to be, or would have played a big part in letting Cold Lava bounce back while still pressuring Ruben's hand, and potentially, like you said, giving more likelihood to that to a breaker hanging out in Ruben's hand and being something that Ruben wants to protect at all cost. Oh, but there was just a second Hearts and Minds that was hanging out on the table. Am I right?
We've seen all players sneak out agendas under the render's nose every game we've spectated. It's
wild.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And is above the law, trashing down the info bounty, slows down the runner economy in exactly when they're on their lowest on 4 credits. So Ruben will have a tough time bouncing back maybe from this position, as Cold Lava finds the first 2 points and gets that much closer to threat 4 and starting to actually have a really good kill threat around which Ruben will have to play.
Yeah. Right, what does Ruben do? Just Nuka drawing cards, yeah, gamble. Back up to 9 credits, so spending 6 on getting rid of that Bladderwort has not completely ruined it, even after also losing the info bounty. Will make that R&D run, which is likely or unlikely to face a piece of ice. So gets the click back. No 2 credits though. That would have been quite a bit. So big of Cold Lava to remove that credit source fairly early. No winners off the top of R&D. But yeah, looks like, I mean, yeah, if this read that we have of there being a icebreaker in Ruben's hand, it looks like Ruben is not letting himself get rushed to install that out before he absolutely has to. Being able to rely on the air blades to face check potential tides.
Ruben here, or rather Cold Lava here with the extract, getting rid of the lamplighter that served him well so far, but now turning into something a one coster that probably will push the action of the game forward. I'm expecting it to be behind the Flieswater, since Ruben doesn't have anything to break it right now, and the wall to wall, it looks like the choice for the all player. Between wall to wall, Hearts and Minds, and Bladderwort, all of these 1-cost assets are amazing, and the Cybersun Harvester and these extract on the 2-cost ice that Cold Lava is playing are just an amazing way to get these toolbox of different assets out on the board and start generating value early and often, so that the runner is forced to challenge them over and over and over and over, and meanwhile gaining the small ground every time they trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we've also seen in past games, Cold Lava, to get all of these cracking 1-costers out, is also very willing to use what people see as Lamplighter's weakness to be an actual strength, and putting agendas behind it to actually get those 1-costers tutored out, which has been definitely a new line for me, which I gotta start respecting.
Yeah, honestly, I'm very, very impressed with the lamplighter tricks that we've seen. Cold Lava is getting out of some tough situation by getting every little bit of value from just letting the opponent steal an agenda. and hitting them with the Uno Reverse card and putting down a Blatherwort that might be able to kill them, or a wall-to-wall that will advance something and gain them money and credits. Right now, not letting down the pressure go down and installing 3 more cards, raising the Spin Doctor, and forcing Ruben to challenge something. Ruben, on his side of the board, is trying to get some money back, so installing the open market, installing the Nuka, clicking right away, trying to find more options and get the economy rolling back again, so that he can muster enough credits to challenge more of these assets.
Yeah, it is starting to. I mean, Mamie is very big. Mamie into something like a clean getaway, on archives or whatever is a big way that Ruben would be able to turn the econ around, which at the moment looks pretty rough. Yeah, Cold Lava resing an anthill there, extending that economic and card lead that he has at the moment. Yeah, Ruben really being put under pressure to be able to build credits again and be able to challenge these, because even though he may have the Unity, that's not the most useful when Cold Lava is going horizontally and not just relying on pushing things out behind the ice.
Somebody mentioning that icing the Arts Mine is an interesting play. Arts Mine is a political asset that has half of its effect denied by being iced. I'm expecting Cold Lava to eventually trash the ice with some kind of ob trigger, but right now the Arts Mine is only doing half of what it usually would do, which I think is the move. The move is still active, and he's missing the free advancement every turn.
Yes, that is right. Yeah, I think it's fair enough. You just can't, or you don't want to just offer up the Hearts and Minds as a free trash while you're not also threatening some sort of win with it, which would be an easy way for the runner to diffuse that threat. So before it's relevant, I think it's fine to ice it, and then it's probably easy enough to get a Sviatogor excavator and just clear out the piece of ice when you need the Hearts and Minds to do double duty.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now we're seeing Ruben instantly fire that Bravado on server 2 with the anti excavation contract, kind of calling the runner in to trash it once you res it and trigger it once, and then using the money from the Bravado gain through the Mystic Memi credits to kind of challenge the board, dealing with the Bloodwort, but deciding to leave the clearinghouse on the board.
Yeah, interesting. Have we seen what the card in server 6 is yet, or is that an unknown?
I think that's an unknown. I think Ruben hasn't run it yet, and that's why he was rolling dice to decide which server to challenge last turn. He ended up rolling on the Bloodwort and on the clearinghouse, but server 6 is still, I think, unchecked.
Yeah. So that could quite possibly be a Sviatogor, which then leads to a surprise extra counter on the clearinghouse at the start of turn, which from the Hearts and Minds.
Ooh, good spot. I totally missed that one. I was expecting the ice to go with an Aziev score or an extract in the future, but sacking it with the Sviatogor is a really, really nice play that I totally would have missed.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether what I thought up is an actual thing that is likely to happen or not. Yeah, Cold Lava just pushing in another server. We do have Unity. We know that we can break the innermost ice. Ruben is on 6 credits. Has been drawing quite a bit of cards, more than halfway through the deck now. Did use a mutual favor to find this Unity. So expecting to have probably some other breaker. There are also 2 copies of Boomerang in Ruben's Sable as additional tools if the actual icebreakers have not been found. But it looks like we're just going to Bravado in, make Cold Lava res whatever this piece of ice is, so we can more accurately install what we need. It's an Arket, so fine for now. It just puts the counter on itself, so it doesn't choose to kind of pressure Ruben to go after the clearinghouse, which might have been an option for the Arquette to advance.
Yeah, also not advancing the card in server 2, so maybe not not signaling that it might be an agenda or it might not be an agenda. We'll see if Ruben decides to challenge it anyway, and it looks like Ruben instead goes for the money play, installs the open market and the North Lunge, and you call the server 6 very well.
There
it's
it
exactly
is,
as
server
Vedegard
6.
turning back on the hearts and minds for a score. We'll see if that's on Basalt Spire and SDS. I don't know if Kolav is on many 3-pointers.
It's just 2 copies of Basalt Spire, no SDSs.
I see. In that case, Basalt Spire gets scored, and this opens up so many lines. A lot of Wayland's decks in the meta right now are relying on this Basalt Spire score to get double measure response, to just kind of kill the runner, but it also opens up so many lines for Kolava through the op ability to use like the extract that's in the bin to get back some of the important cards like a Bladderworth and Arts and Minds, one of the Lamplighters we've seen, and definitely puts the corp on game point, as they might be able to just slash and burn out one agenda, if I'm recalling correctly, if that's still in the list, or if that's not the other op list I'm thinking about.
Yeah. Two slash and burns, and there is no more above the law, but there's 3 Aziefs and 1 copy of Off the Books. So 4 3/2s left in the deck. Ruben also trashing the Hearts and Minds now, because we know that server 8 is the clearinghouse, which would have been very good and easy to meet damage for Cold Lava to trigger off the Hearts and Minds with using the Arquette counter. So Ruben diffusing that, letting the clearinghouse itself stay around, because it's not threatening anything yet before it gets iced and then manually advanced or something like that.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cold Lava setting up for either a kill or a score out in a situation where Ruben is not prepared to deal with either. Obviously, there's no way to stop a fast advance right now, but Ruben is also lacking any multi-access to speak of. So,
this is big.
Yeah.
This is big. I was just about to say that if Cold Lava can just keep making Ruben go after these remote servers and trash them, that will slowly whittle down Ruben's credit total, which will leave him vulnerable to multiple measured responses. But we do see the transfer of wealth with the Kurapira coming down. We access and trash a measured response from HQ, so that threat was absolutely there. Of course, no free lunch does not have to be used against your opponent's tags. If they're on a kill line, you can always just use it as a clickless tag removal.
Yeah. I also missed that too. These players are very well.
It will never be blank.
Yeah, exactly, and also very good deck builders. You can see they thought about everything. Ruben living life on the edge. Exactly 8 credits is enough not to die to a major response here, and so calling out Cold Lava for not being able to play a second one.
Would be flatlining to 2 if there's extract into double measured though, and we add extract back. This is still adding extract back on the runner's turn. So we can still recur the measured response on the corp turn if we find a second measured response.
Yeah, we can recur 1. Ooh, and that's the measured response from hand.
There's the first one.
That spells out game, as Ruben has to pay.
That's it.
And Cold Lava gets the second one back in hand through the Basalt Spire and wins the game.
Scoring that Basalt is just so crushing. And having the extract as a... I was thinking of that before. If you're on 4 credits in 1 click, you can go up to 10, which is very big in terms of being able to have a very threatening thing, even from a low credit total.
Yeah, very well played from both players, getting all the way here. Ruben goes out in third place this time around, and Cold Lava moves on. Cold Lava getting knocked down in the lower bracket in round 1, then kind of playing every game since, getting no breaks after round 1 and still making it to the finals. Now 2 games away from winning the thing, although he has the challenger Augustus Caesar, who has not lost a game the whole tournament, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Augustus has had a very clean record. No losses at all.
6-0 in the first 6 rounds of Swiss, then ID'd to get in the cut last round, and then hasn't lost a game today. So quite the challenge, getting beating a man that has not lost any game in the tournament twice to get your trophy. But Kulava is playing really hot, and honestly, I'm looking forward to the last few matches, seeing if Kulava can go the distance, or if Augustus will clean out the undefeated sweep.
Oh, we also found out that because Augustus did not buy an event ticket, that means that Cold Lava automatically gets the Continental buy, which is usually the biggest prize to play for, but it seems like this final will have fewer stakes than normal.
That does not surprise me. Augustus Caesar, a scholar of the game, just plays for the love of the game. And I don't think has bought a single of these online tickets. I know he got to the finals against Ruben Peters last time and called out the fact that Ruben had already won their Continental buy before the finals. So this is a repeat of what happened 2 weeks ago, as Augustus once again finds himself in the final, but without a ticket to actually claim the Continental buy.
Oh my days. I don't know whether to call this good or bad luck, but for the 4th round in a row, Cold Lava will be playing his ob. My God. That is quite something.
Yeah, the matchup, although looks...
Augustus is harsh.
Exactly, yeah, it looks quite tough on this time around, even more than the Sable. You don't want to play a asset deck list into Demolisher, Double, Fencer Fueno, Hoshiko. So we'll see if Cold Lava can line up a kill this game as well, or if the anti-asset tech from Augustus is enough to power the runner's economy through all the assets that must be trashed and survive the matchup.
Absolutely. Although, yeah, I mean, so far that ob deck has not been letting Cold Lava down in the slightest. So if anyone can beat Augustus with anything, it looks like Cold Lava with this deck. I mean, he's been all over it.
Yeah, speaking of Cold Lava's deck, it looks like Cold Lava loaded in with the wrong deck. Really good to figure out on mulligans and before any action gets taken, because that usually ends up being a game loss if you play with the wrong deck list. So we wouldn't really want a final to end that way, and luckily Axel looks like he agrees with me, and hopefully we can get the final going. Crow is also here to give us the go. So it looks like we'll be loading in a different game. Luckily, we don't have to completely...
Whoa.
Yeah, that was a close one.
Get those nerves out of the way early. My God. Okay. Looks like we're back for the redo.
Alright, the deck's okay. Let's see if the players are good to play this one out.
Hasn't said anything yet. Yeah, true. Good thing that the hand in the last time they did it was cards from the wrong deck.
I wonder whether deck is Cold Lava's testing on op at this point.
Yeah, cards full of cards not in my deck, so it must be pretty radically different. And we're off though. Cold Lava, not deterred at all, does the exact same start as against Ruben Sable, icing HQ and creating a new remote server with its own piece of ice.
Yeah, slight difference from before is that Cold Lava is on a mulligan this time around, so he might have mulligan into a really good hand, or this might be a defensive play and that's the kind of play you don't want to see necessarily on turn 1. That never looks great. But let's hope for a good game where Cold Lava actually starts with a really good hand, and we can see both players fight throughout this game. Meanwhile,
Augustus with the keep, of course. The keep includes the fish, Fencer Fueno, and Keiko, so we will be getting those likely 2 credits a turn if we find trashables. This is very big.
I'm getting threatened in the chat with a game loss, which I don't know what I did, but I am sorry, folks. I won't do it again, I promise. Meanwhile, Anthill gets res on server 1, so amazing start from Cold Lava. If Augustus cannot challenge that, that's a lot of money and cards that will go in the corpse funds to power through. And it looks like we have a very small cat break right now. Luckily, the finals are completely untimed. These players have enough time to think through their plays. This time is not necessarily dedicated to do house chores, but if it's a quick one, we'll forgive Cold Lava for taking time off the game to take care of the cats.
Yeah. Augustus having a think, rolls a 2-sided die, rolls a 2. This is always the big struggle for me. Do you take the opposite? Do you follow what the dice does? Have you already made up a decision before you even rolled the dice, and they're just doing it for fun?
That's an amazing conundrum. I think if you don't follow the die, why roll it anyway? Is my line of thinking. But I love I roll the die even if I already decided, or I roll the die and I don't decide what it means, and I just run with the fills. Looks like 2 meant running the server 3, which sure makes sense to me. And I guess it's challenging it and finding a Bladderwort. Very happy to see that one get removed right away.
Very good. Draws up. Doesn't need to do more than 1 trash a turn. Because at that point you start losing or not getting the full Fencer Fueno Keiko value that you could be getting. We also see a Rising Tide come down, which will be valuable against the 3 Arquettes Maskarovka barriers that Cold Lava is likely to put in front of the key servers.
Gotta love the Quantum Bladderwort server, where you put down a Bladderwort and a Cyber Sand, and whatever you trash, something will be of value. Cold Lava deciding to install the wall-to-wall off the Cyber Sand, but the idea is still the same. And the additional value that Ob gives you through the Anthill Excavation contract is that it can get you and Holoman from the deck. And now Cold Lava looks like he's using it right away to score out an agenda.
Oh my days, hits the Fencer Fueno. People were doubting Fencer Fueno's inclusion even at the best of times, and now it's an above the law target. Who knows if it's because that was the only option, or if Cold Lava just respects the hell out of that card. But either way, it's gone. But not all bad news for Augustus. There is a second Fencer Fueno in the list.
Yeah, don't look, folks, but that was violence on like Cold Lava being violent against these virtual fishies that Augustus brought in the deck. Very tough to see our beloved players being so rude. But this did not stop Augustus.
Augustus knew it and said, nah, you're not holding them down. Gets the second Fencer Fueno immediately. Not a turn wasted. Wild.
Incredible. The mark of an amazing player, honestly. To know that you needed 2 Fencer Fueno from the start of the tournament and then drawing them in the first 8 cards and making sure that once you lose the first one, you put it down. Although, is it 8 cards? Is Augustus on more than 45 cards? Surely, right? At this point, I think he has
3, 6, 9,
52 cards?
Yeah, looks big for sure. 44, 52 it is.
Damn.
Yeesh.
Call something unconventional.
You gotta fit the deck slots to get those second fences in.
I mean, it's paying
For
off.
sure.
You can't complain about this, the effectiveness of this play.
Oh, good that we had the Banha there. For a second, I thought Augustus absolutely wild for doing that. But we make that clean getaway money no matter what happens. Also managed to steal an Azef, trash the Hollow Man, getting that fencer value with Keiko very early on. Draw a card up to 15 credits, very comfortable credit total.
Yeah, looks like everything is going Augustus' way right now, although the wall-to-wall and the Blood Wars are enough for Cold Lava to start setting up.
Oh, the Bladderwort hits a steel skin as well. That could have been a disaster if the Bladderwort hit a non-steel skin and then Cold Lava able to fast advance Azef Protocol with a slash and burn. That did not happen though. Augustus up to 3 cards. Cold Lava says damn in the chat. So might have actually been going for that line, but who knows whether that's real or just pretending. Does another push. This time have a piece of ice to take that Banha trigger, so Augustus will be forced to find a decoder to get past that Fly Swatter. Banha targeting no server.
That's an interesting one.
Maybe making the read that the outermost card on server 1 is a Tithe and you don't want to be taking 2 net damage when you could just take 1.
The other thing is always the envelopment. I don't know if actually Cold Lava is on envelopment, but that one.
No, Cold Lava is not on envelopment.
Right, that was a different alt player, but Augustus playing around the fact that there might be some scary thing, and the Buzzsaw is exactly the card he needed to get through the Flazewater without risking anything. And that's a massive steal.
Spire. That's huge. So server 6 probably a Hearts and Minds that Cold Lava was just going to sneak through there.
Yeah, either that or the second copy of Cybersun Harvester. So
of course, yeah. To get the.
But yeah, definitely something that could have helped the Basalt Spire score. So in this situation, Cold Lava on the back foot, yeah.
On the back foot and not in a position to immediately threaten double measured response really on the backswing unless we have exactly extract double measured in hand already. Cold Lava draws up, so even double measured response is not a flat line.
Augustus has to be precise here.
Quite a challenge.
Augustus cannot afford to go too low still. One steel skin is gone. That's just the one, so there might be more tricks in the grip rather if Cold Lava plays one of these measure response. But being on game point at this point of the game, very very early is very good for the runner here.
Yes, hitting pretty on 2 twinning counters as well. And that is not going to slow down with Defensa Fueno up and running. So Augustus not in a rush to close out the game, but definitely can it at any point here. Interesting rolling a 2-sided die. Oh, there we go. We fix it by rolling a 3-sided die. Hits a Sviatogor. Does not decide to trash it. Seems to be alright with Cold Lava getting a few more credits at the cost of trashing his own board.
That is
Checks
risky.
out a Bladderwort and server 8. That's immediately gone. And Stone Chip, yeah, okay. So these kill lines are getting harder and harder for Cold Lava to find, I'm sure.
Yeah, if Augustus stays on a single steel skin right now and holds the stone chip for whenever, he can resist all 3 measure response. So Cold Lava definitely in a really tough position. The surprise kill line that has brought him enough, like the wins in the past few games, looks tougher and tougher, and the scoring pattern here does not sustain a good position. Like the position in which Cold Lava is sitting right now is not a great one to take the game home.
Yeah, it looks increasingly hard for Cold Lava to find this. As much as we have said that in quite a few games we've already seen from Cold Lava in this cut. and yet he's still managed to get it out. And there you go. And he just no fear, slash and burns, reses the powers that be, scores a 3-2, gets a spin to keep that slash and burn safe. We hit clean getaway and the second steel skin, I believe. Yeah, hits the second steel skin. Augustus down to 2 cards in hand, as much as still Stone Ship is keeping that still fine.
Yeah, it's really hard to count this op deck out, honestly. Cold Lava has been shown amazing resilience and, like, honestly, crazy lines to get back in the game. We will not see a Lamplighter steal in, like, the Lamplighter trash on a steal this game. But anything else, honestly, Cold Lava has shown to know the book in back and forth and be able to use every single trick in it to get a win when necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sounds like Augustus dropped some stuff. But one thing he isn't dropping is the ball in this game. He is all over it. That slash and burn is being kept safe by the Spin Doctor, though, so that is not the free points to close out the game that people might expect.
And reinstalling the Hollow Man is a really, really important one.
Yeah.
Augustus letting the Sviatogor stay on the board one more turn means that Cold Lava has just enough credits to maybe eke out a push through that Hollow Man later in the game, or at least force Augustus to challenge it through the Fly's Water and pay a little bit of credits to break that and trash it. Although Keiko and Fueno are going to pay for all of the trashing cost here of the Hollow Man.
Once again, I think Server 6 is a card that has not been seen, just like last game where Server 6 was a Sviatogor.
What do you think that could be?
Yeah, there's not been a run. Well, I was gonna say there's a chance that it's an extremely hype second Basalt Spire just chilling on the table with Cold Lava going for the win. With Sviatogor funding that by trashing one of the ice and just moving the Hollow Man over to Server 6. Maybe that's wishful thinking. As Augustus goes into HQ and trashes an anthill and double measured response. So the kill line seems well and truly off the table.
Disaster for Cold Lava here. The 2 measure response are very, very important. I'm sure we'll shuffle one of them back. We shuffled both of them back. Probably finding, using the Sviatogor on the tide to get the spin, to get a new Spin Doctor on the board to secure the 2 points in archives away from Augustus if necessary. But yeah, Cold Lava definitely relying on those measure response to win the game, and them getting trashed on a massive HQ run from Augustus put the core back once again in a position where they don't have a clear plan yet to win the game, but the options are there.
Yeah, for sure. And Augustus more and more falling behind on credits. I think as Fencer Fueno is running out of the easy and cheap targets to trash, it's just getting a little bit hard without. We've spent all 3 shore gambles. The econ is not as great as it was. There we go. Taka comes down to fund continual breaking of ice. But yeah, the econ definitely has been in better shape. So Cold Lava might be in a position to get some cheeky pushes, which might be a way for him to get back in, because his econ is significantly in a better position, especially with Sviatogor keeping it very safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cold Lava keeps on trying to make plays here, catching Augustus on 2 credits and 1 Taka counter. So 4 is as the credit count for Augustus to challenge server 13, and putting something there that might be an agenda, might not. Augustus breaking the Gachapon right away to find an emergency fermenter that could generate just enough credits to possibly challenge server 13, although he might just decide to let it go. No, on the contrary, he plays the strike fan, gets the 5, and with a total of 7 credits between Keiko and Taka, attempts to challenge the server 13.
Yeah, I think he has to, because I found the imaginary line in my head where server 14 is a virus, and Cold Lava can use Spin Doctor to shuffle back the Hollow Man, get them a virus, all on the runner turn, move the Hollow Man into server 13, and score the second Basalt Spire, having enough credits to do that and close out the game.
That would be an absolutely wild play.
Who knows if that's what's happening? Maybe server 13 is actually the Mavirus, and we've done the old switcheroo, trusting that Augustus won't check an uniced server. Which would be interesting as. But we'll see. Augustus going down to 3 cards in hand. And we did shuffle back. That is a Mavirus! Don't tell me! No, we're accessing Mavirus. We're taking a net damage. Okay, so 714 is probably not the the 5-3.
Taking a dead damage is scary though. Server 6 might still be a clearinghouse.
Yeah.
So kill lines are, don't want to say likely, but definitely possible here. If Augustus plays something, he plays a little too aggressively, and he pops the Stone Ship to draw up to 5 and make sure he's...
But it's not enough. Only 7 credits. The Hashiko flip does not get us over the line, so we do die to double measured response. I do think it's unlikely, but theoretically, extract double measured is on the table.
It would be very impressive for Koldava to win 2 games in a row with the exact same line. But I do not doubt him 1 second, because if there's someone who can do that, it's definitely him.
100%. If I lose by 1 credit, it's the fault of that run. Augustus already calling out the contingency.
Yeah, Augustus being mad at himself for not spending the Taka credit on and gaining 1 on Keiko, which would have put him on 8 and a safe distance from double measure response. Would have been a massively heads-up play that he doesn't have to... it's not terribly punished for, apparently, as Koldava does not have the line to win the game right off the bat.
Right off the bat. This mystery of what's in server 6 is gonna keep me up at night if it is not resolved before the end of the game. It is quite rare for an OB, I think, to just have a card that kind of coasts through the... It must be Clearinghouse or something, because I feel like there are a lot of other stuff that do things.
It has to be. I think there's nothing in there that makes sense to be that the clearinghouse we were talking about. And here we have the Tithe dealing 2 damage, or not.
Well, Airblades is there to pick up the slack.
Right.
Was installed. Click 1 of that turn. It's good. Lamplighter fires. Augustus spends the hard cash. We make it through. Oh no!
Just to
That is
find
not
one
what
more
you want to see
Sviatogor.
once you get through. Fencefueno is on 3 credits, so that's kind of fine to trash. Augustus, again, not trashing.
Interesting choice. It would be free, quote unquote, because you would get the money back from Keiko, but maybe Augustus expects to be able to use Taka in some way, and then just letting the fish go here.
Yeah, true. Very much could be. Interesting one. Good. Cold Lava proving to us that it was the Sviatogor that was installed. Looks like we're repaired.
Yeah, by the looks of it, we are good to go.
Okay, spin. Let's see if it shuffles back. Hollow. Nope, Hollow not going back. Slash and Burn going back.
I mean, Slash and Burn is mandatory. You cannot afford to let that one stay on the board. The other shuffle is another spin, so an interesting one for sure.
But this means that the Mav into Hollow into Surprise win line is excluded, as there is only one Hollow man in the list. Okay, potential for a deep dig. This could be it, and it is it. Yeah, extra twinning counters just very hard to deal with.
we've been so used to Corp winning through a massive explosion and like crazy thin lines that the win on R&D just sounds anticlimactic almost. But congratulations on Augusta Caesar for winning the EMEA Megacity, Online Megacity. Congratulations on Kalova getting second and apparently getting the continental buy, as Augusta did not buy a ticket for the event. And honestly, congratulations on all the players who played in the event and in the top cut. Amazing show from anyone. Really enjoyed watching the games. So
thank you very much. On behalf of all the players, I accept your congratulations. Yeah, no, it was an incredible top cut to commentate. Cool to see Cold Lava run 4 games back to back on his OB, giving us a masterclass in how to play that list. Although I'm sure not all of the tricks have been revealed to us. In terms of lines you can do, it seems like there's just so much you can do for that. It's pretty wild.
Cold Lava, despite his name, running extremely hot today, honestly. Very impressive run all the way from losing game 1 to getting to the finals. Unfortunately, not getting the options to reset the bracket, playing one more game. But Augusta's winning the event without dropping a single game. Something that honestly is really hard to do on like a regular field, and on an online megacity with such a stacked field is nothing but impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Very incredible effort from Augustus. Definitely one to watch for when we get around to the continental season. Although, yeah, now has twice now missed out on actually getting a buy ticket to use in the continental season, but if past performance is any indicator, does not require that to make very impressive showings consistently.
Yeah, knowing the guy, I wouldn't put it past him to just win another megacity and get his buy that way. I know he'll attend the Sheffield Megacity next week, so if you're going there, you better watch out.
Hey, but also extra honor for you if you go there, play against Augustus and win. So something to strive for and not to despair, even if you do get paired up. There is a lot to play for.
It looks like Jai is calling me out in the chat for mentioning Augustus winning the Megacity undefeated. Looks like that's something that already happened a week ago.
Oh.
So once again, chat corrected me on
that is
on these
second
tournament winners.
warning. I think Axel called out before. A third will not be tolerated.
I apologize, folks. I'll be better next time, I promise. All right, but I think that does it for us.
Also, this is not it for us, Wawalock. Thank you to you for running such a great stream, such last minute. I know yesterday we didn't have a stream, and you put up your hand for running it all, and you did an incredible job. So let's put some clapping emojis in the Twitch and YouTube chats.
Thank you. It was fun.
Great stuff.
It was fun. I enjoyed it a lot, and watching the games was definitely worth it. So, thank you for your kind words, but I would do it again if necessary. More people should get into commentary. Although Axel will tell you that kind of drains you away from playing the game, so do it with caution. But watching great games and talking about them is really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree.
And with that, I think this time for sure we're done for today. So thank you everybody for watching. Keep on playing Netrunner. I don't know when the next NSG stream will be. Definitely some of the online continentals. But attend your nearest megacity. Go and do what Augustus did. Win the games. Actually do get your continental buys. That's important. And always be running.
Yeah. Bye everyone.
Bye.
for volunteering your time to the NBN Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.